Alright, I'm gonna just go ahead and switch us in. Doing a little Planet Zoo today. I know I promised other things. And I have a perfectly good reason. I actually have a good reason other than I just didn't feel like it today. Which I will get into once more of us are here, probably. Or just down the road, give people some time to float in. But here you can see I got a sandbox game going. I have animals turned down to 2.7 times slower aging, which I do almost universally now. But I started a new sandbox, so this is not the tiny zoo we were doing before. I just kind of got the urge to just start over. There were some things going on in that zoo that I didn't necessarily like, and so we're here. So I'm in sandbox mode. I have economy turned off because I want to be able to focus a lot on creativity, I guess. Just the decorations, the decor. Even though I suck at it, as you can see. But we might play with this a little bit more as we go. So I have research turned off, so I have everything. Just because I really want to be able to kind of play with this and make it look good as we go. So far we just have some shops right out the front. Obviously I made like the nice giant open space when you walk into the zoo. This just saves your entire life when you actually do this. I have a Taiga biome going. I haven't actually properly named the zoo. Right now it's just named Taiga Zoo. I have the not flat map going, obviously. I might contour this to look a little bit better. But we can get in here and have some really cool looking stuff as we hit this part of the zoo, which I think will be fun, especially because there's a lot of Taiga animals that do well in this kind of environment. I want to try to keep the theme, the biome of the map. So to do primarily Taiga biome animals. What I didn't think through when I picked that was the only species of habitat or exhibit animals that are Taiga are 2 species of butterflies. At least in the content that I have all but the most recent DLC. I honestly don't even remember what the most recent DLC is, so I don't know if it would have Taiga animals in it or not. Here you can see somebody's actually doing a talk about the butterflies, which was kind of cool. She was just holding the butterfly in her hand. So this may be the only exhibit we have. Because if I go to my good friend, the Zoopedia, and I do exhibit animals, and then I pick Taiga, it's literally just these 2. So what I might do is open it up to temperate. Maybe. And do like some Diamondback terrapins or something that you might see. Like, we won't do West Diamondback rattlesnake. We'll probably do anything where, like, these animals would live in an environment that sees winter. Maybe. And that's just if I really feel the need to have an exhibit animal. Otherwise, we will keep it to just Taiga. But that's going to give us quite a few options. Really, the Amur leopard is Taiga? That's fascinating to me. Okay. I definitely want to do cougars because I haven't built cougars yet. So I'm also going to probably try to prioritize some of these animals that I haven't done before. I've done a lot of Taiga animals before, but like I've never done a red-crowned crane. And they like to live with Japanese macaques, who I have done before. But like that would be a really fun thing. And I want to see here. Guests can enter their habitat. And I'm pretty sure guests can now enter the habitat. Yes, they can. So that hasn't, I think this is new. I don't think guests could always enter, but I could be wrong about that. I've just never done it before. And macaques can now swim. I haven't done a macaque habitat since they've updated that. But that was one thing that actually really annoyed me about the game is Japanese macaques. If, like, growing up as a 90s kid watching that Animal Planet, all good Animal Planet kids knew that Japanese macaques liked hot springs. And I couldn't make a true hot spring for the Japanese macaques. They didn't swim. So something like that would probably be really fun, especially because these guys are confident with humans, as are the red crown. Well, the red crown cranes are neutral, so they would be a good front of the zoo habitat to have, because that's always going to be your busiest habitat, is something that's right near the front of the zoo. But we'll see too, because this landscape is just kind of weird, which is good. I think that's gonna, since I don't have the economy on, a weird landscape will just be a good way to make that work. So we could put habitats down here, or we could just do pathways, and just have these really cool pathways over valleys that go to like little vistas. That might just look really interesting too, from an aesthetics perspective, or it could be a little bit of both. It could be, we could have some animals down below that you can only see from way up above. We'll play around with it. I want this to look a little bit cooler. Obviously, I haven't done a lot of the decorating right up front. And I probably will here eventually, but I want to do a habitat next. Just to kind of, the habitat will help me cement the vibe of the zoo. And once I have the vibe of the zoo, we can start decorating. So that's kind of where I'm at. I have crime turned off, vandalism turned off, just because I don't like to mess with it. This is going to be very much a zoo with the environment of, do you ever want to wear, like, warmer clothes, but then you just don't want to have, like, clothes on? Is that is that just a weird thing for me to say? Like, I really like the temperature I am with this hoodie on, but I don't want sleeves. But I don't like the temperature I am when I don't have sleeves. And so I'm just kind of like, I'm gonna be a little shifty, a little uncomfortable, so I apologize. It's like one of my favorite things to wear, and I'm like, ugh. But I like the temperature that I am. Otherwise, I would just put a t-shirt on. But life is sometimes really difficult when you have first world problems. Okay, so again, we have nice big open space. Right now, I just kind of have the generic open area. Maybe we'll change this, maybe we won't. I'm never happy with, like, the zoo entrances you get. I mean, they don't look bad, don't get me wrong. This is very pretty. But it's just the same one every time, and I'm like, eh. But we have this. I'll probably put, like, a restaurant, or maybe, like, dueling restaurants right off the front, just because, again, the front of the zoo is always the busiest. And that would just give people something to do immediately to make them happy. Here we have our staff locations. You can see this has been my attempt at making something look nice, which is never that great, but you know, it's there. This is gonna end up being covered by trees anyway, but as it is, it's very far away from our guests, so they won't be negatively impacted by the facilities being here. This is a water purifier, trade house, big staff building, big vet room, quarantine, big staff or a big keeper hut. That's the word. Many are juniors. So my plan was to put, like, an exhibit here and an exhibit here, and then I was like, oh, I can't do more exhibits. So we'll figure out what we end up putting here. This might just be big and pretty. This might be more stands. This might be something. As I was saying, I have an info booth. Path Fantastic, Looney Balloons, another info booth, just a memento, and a bathroom right at the front of the zoo. So I think that is a good way to get started. So again, like I said, I want to do a habitat next because that will help me get everything going. That one tree, look at this one tree. This one tree is like, I want to be the first guest at the zoo. So these are obviously shells I made. You can tell by the fact that they are not that exciting. This is just, what, the Indonesian brick wall or something, I think. Oh, I have this turned off. Yeah, Indonesian temple brick wall, but I just changed the colors. I really like this color scheme, so this kind of like teal and gray color scheme might be the overall color scheme at the zoo. That said, I have this big brick thing going on here. So these are just brick walls. These are some kind of clean wall. I can't remember what it is. And then wood. I made a wood grid around it. I like the two-tone. The top is slate, but that doesn't really matter. These are TV screens instead of habitat screens because it's an exhibit. The habitat screens won't actually talk to anything inside. So these I don't think will actually do anything education wise for anybody who reads them. It won't actually affect our education rating, but it's just a cool thing to put. So I have the inside's always a little cluttered by the nature of how these things work. But I have the actual exhibit ones in here too. There's two species of butterfly because there are two species of Taiga butterfly. And I already dressed all this up, so this was all stuff I just did the other day. This hanging basket is a part of the exhibit. They are things you can put out for the butterflies. But most of the plants I did. She's obviously giving her speech. And like trees, these are just trees from the nature tab. I picked ones that are all Taiga plants that fit inside. This tree thing here is the same. Some of these plants, I think this one maybe? The ferns too, I think. Some of these are, they come with the habitat, or come with the exhibit, and some of them are ones I added. I have the log theme going inside also, and I put some vines up. Just so when you walk through, it has like a little bit more of an exciting vibe. And I have, God, this habitat, or this exhibit manager is one of, if not the best quality of life thing they added to the game post-release, where the game will just manage the population inside the exhibit for me. It's wonderful. I used to hate having exhibit animals because I spend all of my time managing them, and now this just does it for me, and it's so great. So now I actually really like having exhibit animals in my zoos. Okay. So my plan is, I really kind of liked that boardwalk idea I told you guys about, of just having like these giant boardwalks over. First, let's fix this. I did this when I was making my grid. I had it because I was in grid mode with flattened terrain, it did this. So let's just go ahead and smooth this out. We won't have to worry about messing up the path, obviously, because the game won't let me. So we're just going to do that. And then we're going to, what is it? Is it Z that pushes? Nope, it's not Z. Is it control? It's control that pushes it the other way. There we go. So if you're ever in pull mode and you suddenly want to go into push mode, you just hold control and it will actually swap that, just the reverse. If I'm in push mode and I want to pull back out, you can hold control and it will alternate between the two, which is really cool. We're going to go into smooth and just kind of smooth this out so it works a little bit better. There. And that looks a little bit less like I screwed it up. So yeah, I think in the future we'll do that. We'll do like a nice little boardwalk through here, and I'll decide if I want to put animals below or not. But I think we'll make like a giant, like if you kind of think of like a giant national park, have a big wooden pathway through here, and they'll just be the area underneath. I think that'll look, put some water down there. I think that'll look really cool. And then have the parts of the zoo be on these like little mountain kind of islands without water, and work with those spaces. But for now, we'll start with the flat area I have. So this is our exhibit. This is the front of the zoo. Again, I might make both of these restaurants. Obviously, I don't have the economy on, so it's not a big deal if I start using them now, or if I just place them now. But I'm not going to have people to use those restaurants anyway, so... And I may change my mind. I may decide that there's something else. Maybe I want to put a restaurant in the square. So we'll figure out what to put here and what to put in that square in the future. I do have it set where I need to have power sources. I don't turn on power everything in my sandbox modes, just because what I like to do is have freedom to build and craft and make beautiful spaces, but I still like the logistical nature of the zoo, so diseases are still turned on, animal death is still turned on. I slow down the age rate so it's not quite as hard to manage. So I'm not constantly in a state of switching out animals or releasing new ones to the wild or whatever. But, so I'll still have to put in power and everything. All I do is just give myself unlimited funds so I can do whatever I want, but I still like the actual rules of how to make something. So this space too, I don't know quite what we'll put there. Whether we actually decide to just flatten this part. I don't want to change the terrain drastically. Like, obviously changing it a little to make a cave or to make a specific path work or whatever is fine, but I want to broadly work with what I'm given. But this is just kind of an awkward space where I don't really know what I put there. Unless I made this wall here, like if I put a habitat here, I could do something small, and maybe along this main path be opaque wall, because what I want to get away from is anybody standing here and looking into the habitat, because that creates foot traffic problems, where I could just make this the edges and then you can walk through. But then when you have that, the other flip side is then this, instead of being a very open space, feels very crowded. So we'll play around. I think we will put a habitat here. This looks like a very good habitat space. It'll go into this big flat area before we start going off into there, because again, we want to keep everything kind of centralized. So like I said, I might do that, or I might just splash this down entirely. I may still just put something here. We'll play around. Let's see what animals we have. So we're gonna look specifically for Taiga animals. So alpine ibex, I think that would be good. These guys like mountains, so that would be good once we actually get into the hillier parts. Bison are good. They like living with the antelope and the prairie dog. I think the antelope can be Taiga, but I don't think the prairie dogs can. Let's see if I'm right. Pronghorn antelope, yes. Yeah, I'm not saying American prairie dog. Oh, black-tailed prairie dog. I'm not saying that either. Okay. So yeah. Armored leopard, which I think would be really cool. I have not yet built an Arctic fox habitat, and I love Arctic foxes. So that might be another one we do. They are shy, so putting them near the front of the zoo might not be a good idea. I do have obviously I have the game in pause, but I do have my total number of guests locked to, I think, 3,000. Just because when it gets higher than that, I tend to have issues with the game lagging and stuff. A literal can of beans. I love zoos. I went to the place for my birthday, and then my heart got broken the next day. Anyways, I was Lord of Cheese. I wonder if that might be you, Lord of Cheese. But you turned into beans. Also, I can get seals. So is there a story with a literal can of beans versus the Lord of Cheese? I'm very interested. So this game, there are different types of seals you can get. This zoo, which we are starting from the beginning here, I've done very little. We're going to keep to a very specific biome. It's a Taiga biome, which is just, a little bit colder than your normal forest, but not quite Arctic. And I don't know if there are seals in that biome in this game. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. So, like, if I turned off the biome and I search seals, you can get a California sea lion. And they like temperate or aquatic. And you can also do come on now, game. Work with me here. Which is kind of a bummer. I kind of wanted seals. Oh, no, they're tundra, but not Taiga. Maybe we'll break our rule here and get gray seals. That's funny. They can do tundra or temperate, but not Taiga. That's very interesting. We might break our rule. We might make it tundra or Taiga animals, but we'll see. We got a lot to do yet, so we'll see. So basically, he got reincarnated into beans because he was bored of cheese and his cheese empire. Interesting. Okay. You know how you get too OP and then you want to start fresh? That does make sense. Yeah. And that's what it was, but a floofy seal. Cute. Yeah. Okay, so now we're a can of beans. The musical fruit, as they say. So we can do Arctic wolves. I'm very interested in making a cougar habitat, but I want to look for something that is not shy. Lynx are shy. Badgers are shy. Most of these animals are shy. I guess that kind of makes sense. They are animals that live away from people. Llamas, I think, again, would be good for once we get into the hills. I've never done red deer, I don't think. They are neutral. They like to live with European fallow deer. Can I get European fallow deer? Not in this environment. Red fox actually might be kind of cool too. Red foxes apparently just live everywhere. But they are also shy. Siberian tiger. We could do a Siberian tiger. Actually. Since they're confident, let me just play with something real quick. We're going to experiment. I need to make it a little bit bigger just because it's the front of the zoo. But if I did, wrong button. So if I hold control, I can make a path that is not connected. So normally when you hit a path, it will automatically start trying to connect from another path you've already made. If you hold control, it will let you start one fresh. And while holding control, you can do shift to make the path go up and down. So I'm going to do this just to start a path along here. This path is apparently floating in the air. I don't really want that. There we go. That's on the ground. Game just got a little confused there for a second. So, like, I could make a path here to view the tiger. How much space do Siberian tigers need? I'm going to go to natural habitat. I'm going to click 2 adults and 3 juveniles. They usually only have 2 juveniles at a time, but this way we have enough room. They don't have to have water or a deep water requirement, but they do swim. They don't have to have climbing, but they can climb. And I know they can climb because it says climb proof roof. Also, I just know because I've built their habitats before. So they're going to want about 10,000 square feet, but they're also going to want trees and stuff. So that's going to be a pretty sizable sized habitat. So I don't know if that's really what I want to put at the front of the zoo. We could just do red deer. What do they like? 1 male up to 8 females. So if I did 1 boy and 5 ladies, and they each had a baby. See, that's already about 3,000 square foot smaller. I really want to do red foxes, but they're shy. That's just gonna bite me later if I do that. So indecisive. I should have picked this out before we started. What about bears? What are we looking at here? About 7,000. You want a little bit more. You need a lot more. So if we did anything, it might be the Himalayan brown bear. Were cougars shy? They were shy. I'm assuming you're also shy. Oh, you're neutral. So we could start with the leopard. Because the leopard... Oh, no, the leopard needs a lot of space, too. You just need to make a decision. The meese don't benefit necessarily. Hold on, wait. They live in Europe and the US. And the red deer live in Europe. We could do a moose and red deer exhibit. So basically, when it says compatible species, it just means that they get interspecies enrichment bonuses. So this is something I didn't know about the game for a very long time. I thought only species that share a map like this could live together. That's not true. It's just only species that are on this tab together get a bonus from living with each other. But in actuality, they can live together. So I could do red deer and meese together. It's still just not going to fit here. So what I put here is going to have to be something that can live in a small space. Even though it's the front of the zoo and it will probably be very busy, I think I can build a habitat here that will work. So I think what I'll do is actually going to jump over here to this path. And what we're going to do is continue this path somewhere else. Only because I'm just marking off what I want to do. This is just kind of me reserving space. We'll take this away. See how there's like a ramp here? We could in the future put a ramp there. So what if we actually do this? This is actually where the main path of the zoo will go. This will give me a little bit more room. We still may actually be able to do something with these tires. Because eventually I can put a path up here. And the path can kind of run along this edge. And then meet with the path that'll go there. I'm going to want to largely preserve this space. So the other thing I might do, see if I wanted it to be at least 26 foot wide. If I wanted it to be at least 30 wide. Oh, that is not what I want. Don't flatten terrain. Right, like I can set that here. And then, I know this all looks very unexciting, but this is kind of what you need to do if you want to plan your zoo out really well, which is part of why I like playing this with a bit more creative freedom. And not having the economy, because that lets me kind of build all this. So again, I don't want to drastically change the terrain, but I am okay with changing the terrain a little bit for the sake of what I'm trying to accomplish. I feel like I should be able to make this work. I wonder if I could make it work if I made it slightly smaller. See, I can if I make it slightly smaller. I'm just going to leave this here as is. I'll solve this mystery later, but this is just to kind of remind me this is what I'm going for here. So I can come back later and be like, ah, okay, I meant to do something here. We'll get that fixed closer in time. I may even work on that a little bit off screen. So with that in mind, the water purifier I put in won't reach over here. Which is fine. We can do another water purifier. That's not a big deal. So, flatten foundation. Nope, I want it bigger. There we go. So here we'll change the terrain a little bit more drastically, only because I'm building a habitat. And I want that habitat to look good. So we're going to do this. Then what I'm going to do is actually, this is kind of a little cheat, even though I haven't built anything at all yet. I'm going to go into bedding, pick medium-sized bedding, and slap that down. And when I slap that down, the fact that it hasn't altered the terrain that much tells me that there's actually room for animals to live in here as a cave. So those will be kind of like my guide for cave building. Another thing you can do if you really want to feel motivated is just find any particular wall like that and just slap it down. And then you can actually build in relation to that. Actually, really for the animals we're going to get, all you need is the 2-meter wall. So then as long as you keep that wall there, you don't have to keep it there forever. But for the time being, it will allow you to have a guide for making a cave. do flatten surface. Flatten to foundation is flat. It flattens to a horizontal line. Flatten to surface, you can pick the angle of the surface. It's basically the difference between those two tools. So you can see here still. Now if I don't really like the look of that cave, what I can do is make this a little bit smaller. Even though they don't need more headroom, I just don't like how this looks. So we're just gonna tweak this a little bit like that. Another thing I've been known to do is combine natural walls like this with construction. I'm kind of doing a bit of both. And that actually works pretty well too. I don't know if it's because this is here, it's not letting me do what I want. But it's not letting me do what I want. There we go. Slow and steady, we're getting there. And we're getting worse. Getting better. Just a lot of 2 steps forward, 1 step back with these controls. That could actually be like a second end to the cave. We can work with this. We'll put some rocks in there too, and that'll look a little bit better. Okay, so the other thing I want to do is sharpen the edges of these walls, because we're going to do natural barriers, basically. So we want to make it where they can't actually get out. So I want them to be able to walk up here. So we're going to make this a doable slope, but then this needs to be... That was just the wrong way to handle this. It needs to be a slope they can't climb, basically. It needs to be a slope here, because I want them to be able to go on top, but not go up here. And then this will actually just make a drop off. That was bad. The undo button is your friend. Always. We'll cover this up with some rocks and it'll look better. So then, let's get into barrier building. So basically here, we're going to go with the classic concrete wall. We can actually tweak the color of the concrete wall a little bit to gray. We'll do curve sections for 9 feet. What's weird about the curve sections is the first one you put in will never be curved, and I don't know why. Come on, game, I want to frickin'... Game is effing drunk. There we go. So, like, you kind of got to put your first section down and let that be straight, and then you may even have to delete that later. But we're going to do curved sections along here. Like that. And this will be along where that path goes. And then we'll go into a straight section. And then once we get about here, we're going to go into null barrier, which is basically going to tell the game, this is going to be the edge of my habitat, but don't show it as anything. So up here, it'll be a null barrier. And once we get back down here, we'll go back to a regular fence. And then that way, this will probably make the staff entrance. So we'll go ahead and grab that, put that there. And then the other thing we'll do is scroll through, highlight everything. Need to make this a little higher. So I'm watching those back edges, getting the back edges to about 10 feet. That. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pick this space on. This space on, we're going to make one-way glass. We're going to face the other way. So now here, what I like about this, if you look in barriers, there are just glass walls. So you have glass walls, you have one-way glass walls, or the aquatic fences have the thick glass. You can see that regular glass resistance grade is 3. Thick glass resistance grade is 4. Those do have a very specific look if you like that specific look. But the good old concrete walls have a resistance grade of 6. They won't degrade as fast or as often. Even though they are cheaper than the glass or the thick glass if you are worried about money. They still look great, and you just put the window in them, and they won't wear down as often, which means your mechanics don't have to come by and fix stuff as often. And it's one way, so even though what I'm going to put in here isn't that worried about humans, they don't actually see humans that much, so that's pretty great. And this is going to be pretty big, this habitat. It says something massive, like 43,000, which it probably doesn't need to be that big, but what I'm going to put in here is going to involve a lot of trees and stuff, which is actually going to lessen the amount of space. Because of that, I'm also going to do this, just because that'll look a little bit better. So the actual walkable space in here is going to be different, because it's also including like a lot of the space up here, which they're not going to be able to walk. So that number that you get when you click on your habitat, and it tells you the amount of terrain, is actually a little bit of a misnomer. So now we're going to go into nature, rocks. We're going to select Taiga, which isn't really going to change things a whole lot, but that's okay. And what do I want? I don't want a line of surface for rocks. I do want random rotation. Random rotation is another one of those beautiful quality of life things that did not come with the game naturally. Actually, for rocks, we're going to do random rotation all. Which is another great one, which basically means the rock will be completely rotated at random by the computer, so I don't have to do it, which will let me put these rocks in here. And even though I'm placing the same rock over and over, it won't be as obvious. So basically what I'm doing with these rocks is I'm creating a boundary that's not a giant piece of concrete. The animals will not be able to get out through these rocks, and it's just going to look a lot better. Another way to do it, if you're not really confident in how to do this, you can always place the animal, pause the game, and then turn on terrain mapping if you want, so you can see if they can get out or not. I will be doing that ultimately, because I'm not completely confident in my ability to eyeball this, but I'm confident enough in my ability to get started without the animals in there. And I'm just going to put rocks everywhere. I don't need them, because the animals should not be able to climb that slope. But this is just going to tell me, for me, my own purposes, where the walls are, and it's just going to kind of look cool. Now, I'm doing specifically Taiga rocks. Even though I'm going to try to limit a lot of this to biome specific, I probably won't do that with rocks, just because I'm going to want some rocks that are different colors. But for right now, this serves its purpose. And again, this is a part of why I like not having an economy, if the point is making a zoo that looks really pretty, because I can waste money on rocks in placing rocks. Look at that. See, that just looks better than having the whole thing be a wall. Why are you a different color? That's weird. Why the color changed over here, but we'll fix that. There we go. That looks so cool. And again, this is probably much bigger than it needs to be, but just because I'm putting something at the front of the zoo, I want to have a lot of space. The other thing I'm going to do over here is I'm actually going to flatten this terrain just a little bit. Again, anything outside of a habitat we're not going to drastically change. But I do want to put water in here. So what we're going to do is slap this down, and I'm going to go into facilities. Water treatment. Actually, I'll probably have to power this too, but that's next minute's problem. I'm going to do this. I'm going to assume it's not powered. I was correct. Okay, just as my own point of challenge, I like to do renewable energy only. There's no other reason other than self-challenging in that regard. Turn this off. We're going to do staff paths. Staff paths keep regular people from walking here. If you hit, not control, is it T? Or is it Z? Z. Z gets you right angle paths when they connect like that, so they look a little bit better. And apparently this is a different color, so we'll just do that. There we go. There you go. So we can make a little fencing here too. Like we could make a little structure, but basically that's going to let people walk in there. We can make this look a little bit better too. Let's check negative impact on guests. As is, these aren't going to negatively impact our guests unless I make them walk really close. And we're going to be able to fix that and make it a little bit better even. You can see there's actually a little hiccup in this pathing here. But I don't care enough about that to be worried. But like one thing you can do if you want something that looks a little bit more realistic, you absolutely don't have to have something that looks more realistic, but you can go in here and just create a little bit of a base like that. Why are you like this? Sometimes the game gets drunk and doesn't let you do perfectly sensible things for no reason, and you have to try to tell it that you want to do something perfectly sensible. I don't know why it's not letting me. There we go. Game really gets drunk sometimes. So again, I don't have to do this in any regard. I'm doing this 100% for me. But you can just place that down, and then it looks a little bit better, and it looks a little bit more like you actually cared about physics when you were planning your zoo. And we can come back and mess with that later. But for right now, yeah, those two things are living their best life right there. We will definitely spend some time making all of this look pretty here in a minute. Like I said, I just want to get some animals in before I spend too much time on that. So now, we have some cool things we can do. This can go. This was just a guide, and I don't need it anymore. So now, if we check this map in water, you can see, as long as the water is touching any part of this blue circle, it's good to go. So it will be good to go. So the next thing I'm going to do is go to terrain. We're going to boop in just a little bit here. And then we're going to flatten to that foundation. In fact, these guys like to swim, so we can make the... Actually, I don't think I've said... I'm going to put the Siberian tigers in here. They like to swim, so we can make it a little bit deeper. Just because I like to check and make sure it looks okay. Yeah, that's it. That's an okay depth. So we'll flatten the foundation. I'm going to place something, not for keeps, but for a guide. That can go, that can go, that can go. This I'm going to put as a guide just to tell me how much space a tiger needs to walk. I don't think I'm going to keep that there. But for right now, that's going to help me visualize something. So we're going to make a nice little pool here. And I have ideas. A little bit tighter. We're gonna push this knob in slightly. And you will see cool things are about to happen. Then along the edges here, we're gonna smooth this out. And then the other thing I like to do sometimes, I like to make a pond, but then sometimes I like to make a little river. Because it just adds character to the space. And then we're going to smooth all that out. Like that. And the other thing, this is a thing I do both for aesthetics and for me, which is I like to paint the water space a different land type, just so, one, I can more easily see the water. Because as you can tell, it's not readily obvious. But also it looks pretty when you do that. And naturally it makes a bit of sense to do that. The one thing with Taiga is, because it's a colder biome, all of the like land types kind of start to look the same. So again, I'm not ready to leave this here, but I want to see how this looks. This is taking up the space that I wanted it to take. It's at roughly the height I wanted it to be. So we'll take the water out for now, but I know that it's working the way I want it to work. Next thing's next. We're actually going to go to construction, special effects, water, and we're going to look at one of these. So I'm hitting Z to rotate, and I'm holding Z and turning with my mouse to get the more specific directions I want, and then it's just kind of following my mouse. So we got this going. I'm actually going to make this stick out a little bit. Like that. Wish I could get... Oh, that's why I have angle snap on. I'm like, why can't I get it the direction I want? Because angle snap was on. Okay, I'm going to unpause the game so I can see how that looks. And that looks pretty good. So then the next thing we're going to do is look for waterfall. Just type the word fall in, so now I'll get only waterfalls. And I actually need to have the game running so I can see what I'm doing here. Midsection. So basically what we're going to do with this is continue the waterfall. Like so. And I'm gonna bury that. Oh, I have weather turned on. That's funny. I don't always do that. Inside, so you can't see those. Like that. And what that's gonna do is create a waterfall entrance to their cave, which is just cool. There's no real rhyme or reason for it other than I like it. I'm gonna hit X, and I said I was probably not gonna leave this here, but I actually am. Because this will just guarantee that the tigers can walk there. And if I bury it in the ground a little bit like that, it's not super obvious. But X gives me these little draggy things. And now that's there. Next, I'm gonna fill the water in. You can see it's not actually hitting all the way there. So what we can do is go back into construction. We're gonna pick waterfall bottom. I'm gonna pick murky just because it's hitting the dirt, so I think it works better. I'm holding shift, that's why that green arrow is there, and that's just kind of letting me drop this into the ground. So now it creates the effect of like it's hitting this section. And then actually what we could do if we wanted, I don't know if I'm going to want to do this, but we're going to just look at it. Using all those same controls, I can put this here. Like that. Right. And then the other thing we can do is go into this and go to color and pick a color that more closely matches the ground. So then again, it's not going to be as readily obvious. And we can go up here and do the same thing to this. Like that. And now we've basically made a waterfall entrance into their cave. They'll still have the big entrance, but there's a secret waterfall entrance. That was the bottom. But if I wanted to, I could... Where's Rapids? I think it's called Rapids. Yeah. Can do this too. Sergeant Bizak! Even animals have secrets now. That's true! Secret animal secrets. How you doing? Good to see you here. We're just starting out a new sandbox zoo. Actually, I'm gonna... What's our conditions? We're gonna lock it into daylight for right now. Just for building purposes. And then... Where is... Actually can't remember what it's called. Is it foam? Is foam what I'm looking for? Foam is what I'm looking for. So I'm gonna do this. And this is just gonna create some distance in that water. Like some movement in that water. And I think that just looks really cool. Look at that. Hey, Ray! Got a new account. Love it. I like that you put Ray in parentheses. Because I think that was the issue we had with the last time you started following me on here. How's it going? We got a new, I'm starting a new sandbox zoo. So we have very little going on right now. This is all stuff I did on my own. We've just been building this little habitat here on stream today. Got some cool stuff going on. Alright, so while that's there and happy, let's go back into rocks. I'm actually gonna take that off. We'll do tundra, taiga, temperate. And that will give me more rock choices. So I can have different color rocks. Good, gonna do some stuff around the house. Perfect. Yeah, now that you're here, so my schedule's gonna be a little weird. I know I said I was gonna start streaming another narrative game here soon. Work. We are doing a, shall we say, team building program at work where for 2 weeks everybody in my department is switching schedules. And I knew this was going to happen, but I thought this was going to happen in like August or September, and it's actually happening at the end of the month. So not this Monday, but next Monday, my hours are going to completely flip. So I will be at work during the normal time I would be streaming. So I've kind of decided against starting a new narrative game for the time being. Only because I will be streaming at weird times. So, yeah, there you go. So I will probably still stream during that time. Maybe if I'm not completely tired. But I'm going to be basically getting off work very close to the time I would normally be waking up. So it's going to be a little weird. I may ultimately not want to stream a lot in that time. But if I am streaming, it'll be in the morning. And I don't want to start streaming a narrative game and then people who are used to watching me not being available when they're used to seeing me, yeah? So I figure for the next 3 weeks, because it's 1 week until this program happens and then while it's going on, I'm going to do a lot of stuff like this. It'll be Zoo, maybe we'll pop into some XCOM, maybe we'll pop back into some Civ. We'll just play a couple of different things for the sake of that way no one really misses out, if that makes sense. And that way I don't have to, I can play something chiller while I'm not used to the hours I'm going to be on. Oh, it's going to be terrible for my sleep schedule. I actually think it's a good thing we're doing it, though. I don't necessarily want to bore everybody on stream with the ins and outs of work, but I think it'll be a really good opportunity for us to know what goes on different shifts. I think it will be very helpful. So for my own, like, sanity, I'm not looking forward to it. But I also think it's a good idea. But like I said, when I was talking about starting something new, I was under the impression this was happening in September. And then when my boss went through the vacation schedules, because he's aware this is gonna really, like, screw a lot of things up, and he's like, people requested time off on the basis of their schedule, and if they're now working a completely different schedule, it might not work with time off. So rather than then have to rearrange everybody's vacation schedules, he just kind of found a time when, like, pretty much no one had picked any vacation, which happens to be the last, like, week of July, first week of August. So that's what we're doing. Yeah. So this upcoming week is normal. It's the week after that I will be working completely different hours. So, yeah. It'll be interesting. But good. I do believe it'll be good. Hard, but good. The other thing I'm going to do, I'm going to turn off random all rotation. But I figured this is the perfect time to start a new zoo, right? When we can all enjoy some chiller vibes. Create a little island. I always like making a little island. And the other thing we're going to do is we're going to make a little bridge. So I'm a sucker for a good rock bridge. Where's the thinner one? The thinner one. Make a neat little rock bridge there. They should actually be able to cross there too if they don't want to swim, and people can watch them crossing the rock bridge, so everybody wins. We're going to keep going through, placing some big crazy rocks here. There's actually a pretty decent chance they'll be able to walk on these rocks, which would be neat. Just kind of create a little play space for them. I don't know that they'll be able to, but... And I don't necessarily need them to be able to, but if they could, it would also be really cool. So they should be able to walk up there. Where's these rocks I want to all match. Wrong one. Yeah, maybe. I like how I put one rock there. Okay, I should keep going with that. Got a little distracted. Just place some more rocks around here. Rocks are just a real simple way to get texture, I think. They're a great way to hide that you didn't actually put that much planning into it. Putting like little boulders here. stuff's carved out of the wall. And then this area, we're actually going to put rocks through here. Even though that's actually a pretty nice little other cave space, I don't want them to, like... Sometimes with the way the null barriers work, if that goes in deeper than where the null barriers, they'll be like, they escaped! They really didn't. So this will just be a neat thing we can do here. Sometimes I like to just put random rocks. I don't know how often rocks like this occur in nature, but it looks cool. Let this end in some rocks. Actually, we'll do something really cool here, and I'll show you guys that in a second. But I like making little marshes. So that's water, so they're going to walk in the water, but it's not going to be deep enough for them to swim in it, and I can put some aquatic plants there. And it just creates a really cool effect, so we'll do that. Where are some of these flatter ones? I like to put these down too, because again, it's just a really easy way to create a little bit of texture in your habitat, and it just looks neater than it would otherwise. Somewhere around here too, I'm going to pick a snow area, because they do like snow, and I'll probably make it this zone over here. And then I'll leave the rest of it alone. It's 68 degrees Fahrenheit here, and that's on a hot, sunny day. It can obviously get cooler than that in the Taiga biome. But I think that's about as much as I want to do before I put the animals in. Because I don't know this animal well enough to just start placing stuff. So the plan is we're gonna go... I was thinking moose and red deer. But I don't know. I guess I wanted more space. I didn't realize this was gonna be as big as it was. But I still like it overall. This is gonna be a bit of a nightmare to solve, but we'll solve it in the future. That's future us's problem. Let's go ahead and grab Siberian tigers. We'll pick the two younger ones. Send it. We'll let the game run so that they'll actually show up. Meanwhile, name this Siberian tigers so I know what's in there. And it should just take a hot minute. They just gotta run over there and then run over here. That's gonna make a pretty nice looking space. And then in the future too, we might be able to make another viewing area around here, but probably not. You know, the other thing we're gonna do real quick before they come in, since they don't really need all this room, I might actually just do that. And that's gonna give me the ability to put something here. Whether it be some kind of facility or some kind of like Siberian tiger display. Since I'm not going to be hurting for space, I think I can actually tweak this a bit and create a zone in which to put something. And they're going to be en route with the tigers momentarily. You'll note that I didn't even mess around with quarantine. A lot of times I just build a quarantine so the game doesn't yell at me about building a quarantine, but then I don't even mess with it. I really like how this turned out. So we're going to place them. And then the first thing I'm going to do is pause the game. And what I always check first is, can they get out? And they cannot get out. They're not giving me the escape animal symbols anywhere. And this worked exactly how I wanted it to. They can run up here. They can't play on this, which is okay. But if you look in here, you'll see it says they have 8,700 square feet, But if we look at the habitat, it says 40,000. And that's where I was going to tell you, like, that's not always accurate. The other important thing here is if we click on the tiger, they can, in fact, walk in here. So the secret hideaway space does, in fact, exist. We're going to go back in here. And I might be able to fudge it so this is all walkable by doing this. I like to take the climbable stuff, even if they don't necessarily climb, and bury it in the ground like that. And a lot of times it lets me trick the game into making a walkway. And that's kind of the goal of it. See? And so now this is considered climbable space, and they can climb into here and walk in here. The other thing we're going to note is it says they do not have enough hard shelter. And that's probably because this cave is not big enough. And you guys think your zoo's underpriced. Well, I mean, it really doesn't matter because I don't have an economy, but we'll just turn it up and it's whatever. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this. And we'll just make this space in here a little bit bigger. There we go. That should solve the shelter problem. We'll let it recalculate. Yep, so now they have 90% enough shelter. I still want to tweak that a little bit more, just because when they have cubs, it's going to be even more. So we'll solve this a different way. In just a minute. We're going to solve the terrain problem in a unique way, but that's going to be getting ahead of the steps I like to take. So here, because this is anything that's browned out like that means that they don't need it. So like they don't need snow. They like snow, but they don't need snow. So they have too much long grass, too much soil. They would like more rock, or they're good on everything else, but they have too much of other stuff. So what we're going to do is go through. I like to put stuff in logical places. So, you know, the cave being made out of rock makes a certain amount of sense, right? It's going to be more stable that way. You obviously don't have to do it that way, but I like to. So we're going to go anything here that's kind of like a cliff face. That's what we're going to do. Also, this happens to be a lot of the area where it is soil. They like short grass. They don't like long grass, so we're going to go anywhere here where there's long grass and just replace it with short grass. The grasses are a little bit annoying because it can be a little bit hard to tell what's what, but that should be good. Glasses are dirty. So I like to get the terrain painting done. I don't know enough about animals to be able to do that off the top of my head, so I have to have the animals in there. But I like to do the terrain painting before I do anything else because it's easier to see once everybody's in there. Other thing I want to check in here for habitat, they are a temperature that they like, so I don't have to do anything else with the rest of the temperature. But what I am going to do anyway is go into habitat, grab a cooler. We're going to drag that cooler underground because I don't want to see it. And it's going to make this space by this rock colder. You can literally watch it on the heat map become colder. See, here one of my animals is diseased. That's because I did not put them in the quarantine first. I don't like to mess around with quarantine, but it is a thing you can do. So what we're going to do is now in this area where I've created snow, or made it colder, we can put snow down so they can have snow. The other thing I'm going to do is go into nature. And just to make that look a little bit better, we're going to grab some of these snow rocks and blend some snow into this space. Because the snow won't actually go on the rocks themselves. It only colors the terrain. But then this doesn't look all that realistic because there's like no snow here. So then what we'll do is we'll just leave some snow in like that, and it looks a little bit better. So this is their little snow spot. so that they can have some snow. They are Siberian tigers, even if it says they don't need them. So now they have all of this cool stuff. So the habitat, other than trees, looks fine. The way I have sandbox mode working, I've turned off what's called, I think it's just plant. I've basically turned off plant rules. So I can put whatever plants I want in a habitat, as many as I want or as few as I want. And the reason why I do that again is because a lot of these animals don't like a lot of plant coverage. And so I can't make the habitat look as pretty as I want to make it look. So I actually just kind of do this. That box is just because he's getting our sick animal. So I again, I set rules for myself. I say that we have to use trees from the right biome. And I don't try to then cheat and use stuff from a different biome. Okay, so shelter's an issue. It's gonna be right now. It's gonna say it's not an issue because the other tiger is being taken to the hospital, basically the animal hospital. So we'll let that run so he can go ahead and get fixed up. But what we're gonna do is go into here. May think you're over. Well, they can think it's overpriced for now. That's fine. I'm going to create another shelter for them, but I'm going to make one out of props. So we're going to put something in here that looks cool. Like I've made, this is a blueprint I just have saved actually, which is, this is a shelter made out of bridges. So like for some animals, they can literally just sleep under this bridge. In fact, we might actually put this in somewhere. Like maybe we do that. I don't know that this is what I want, but I don't dislike it. But like I can put that here. But this is another thing I like to do. It's a way for them to get shelter, but in a way that's kind of unique. So like we can put this bridge in and the area underneath counts as shelter. You can also construct something like you can use the construction pieces and make a building, but they can sleep in the building. I don't remember what pieces I have available off the top of my head, especially because I have DLC packs that are recent acquisitions. And so I kind of want to look around at what I have before I just make a decision about what I do. This is kind of cool. He's playing up on the rocks like I wanted him to. But we can also go into architecture, structural props, and this is where a lot of cool stuff lives. Looks like they're bringing the tiger back. When they bring the tiger back, I will unpause it, or I'll repause it rather. So the tiger's feeling good. Well, yeah. So there's just different stuff in here you can play with. And then comes the hard part of just actually making a decision about what you're going to do. You can find different stuff. So back in the props, there's a lot of stuff in here. But like even this African hut base, which does not have to be Africa specific because it's literally just a bunch of wood. We can do something with this. In fact, I am very much thinking we will. But we could go with the temple theme. I could put temple pieces in here. Like, I could mess with this stone bridge and do stuff with it. The problem is then, you know, I kind of have to make everything look like that. The other thing we could do is if I didn't want to use my big bridge construction, we could do something with this. Where, like, basically... So I think we either use their African wood base, or I do something with my bridges. Then there's always, like, pre-made stuff, like this giant barn. But like This pre-made structure is actually pretty cool too. Ooh, pallets are not the worst idea either. Okay, where is my pre-made? Where's my pre-made bridge? Or like something like this. Like that would count as shelter, and it looks cool. So I like to do more stuff with other things. Or like actually, you know what we could do? I have an idea now. I might completely change my mind. As I've changed it like 8 times already since we've started looking at this. I'll look at my bridge shelter real quick though. Would it completely throw off the look of the place if I put it in here? I think I want to do something with the bridge, but we're not going to use this pre-made bridge structure I used because I just think it's going to look weird. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this bridge in here. We're going to put it here, like that. We're going to click on it. I'm going to hit Control X. And what Control X does, I'll turn off random rotation, is it lets me make a copy. So as I move this, you're going to see I actually move it away from the one that's originally there. And we're going to rotate. So we're going to do kind of the same idea, but not so drastic of an angle. This might end up looking completely stupid. I don't know if it's going to look stupid or not. But we're going to at least play with it and see what happens. And see if it looks stupid. And then once I hit the check mark, it will let me make another one. And we'll do kind of the same angle. Let's just see what this looks like. Does this look dumb? I mean, like, I can make it look less dumb. I can put some supports in there. I don't think that looks abysmal. So I should have done this before I copied it, but the other thing we can do, I didn't do it because I just had forgotten. We can change the coloring on it. To something less drastic. There we go. And then we'll click on this one and change the color. Click on this one and then change the color. I don't actually know if this is going to do anything for shelter, but I like it too much, so we're gonna go with it. Can I change the color of the wood beam? I cannot. But what I can do is I can take this wood beam. This one might look better. That's not the worst thing either. Metal beam. Painted zoo round beam. Actually, these North African painted ones are kind of cool too, but they're not thick enough, I feel like. This isn't bad, but the color doesn't match, although I could fix that. This is pretty spot on. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was hoping those are taller versions of the same one, but it's not. So if I like this, I now know what I want. So we're going to click into this. Oh, it's not a... Oh, I see what happened. Merge into scenery group. Okay. There, now we're in a group. That's going to make my life easier. Sometimes those make your life easier, and sometimes they make it harder. Twilight Portcullis Beam. Put one down. Go into X. Hit X again to go into this mode. We're gonna rotate. And line it up. Like that. And then I'm going to hit Control X so we can make copies of it. Like that. And then what I'm going to do is click onto both of these. I'll hold Shift to highlight both. And now I can move both of these things together. And that's going to let me move them together so I can put the same looking support beam thing right on down the line like that. I can drag it to this side. So now it just looks a little bit cooler. Like that. Like that. I kind of like that vibe. I kind of like that vibe. Now what I don't know is if this counts as shelter. So where's one of my tigers? Are they in their shelter? Oh, where did the tigers go? Oh, and there's one of them. Oh, they're both over here. I'll do the shelter button. And it's counting as shelter under here. So that does in fact count as shelter like I wanted it to. The next thing we're going to do is go back into construction. I just type the word plank. Is that going to get me what I want? Yes. That's going to get me what I want. This, I think. See what else? No, I like this. Okay, so the other thing I'm going to do is we're going to make this look like this is actually here for people, right? And the tigers are just kind of like in that space. This is going to create the illusion of a path. Ground is actually kind of weird, so we're going to just go into terrain, smooth, try to like... That didn't really do what I wanted. That's okay, because I can adjust all of these now. So I'm holding down Shift to highlight multiple, and then I'm going to hit X. And then I'm going to drag all of these in like that. In fact, what I think I might do is hit X again. And we're going to do that. It's actually going to do a lot for me. See? Now some of these are kind of floating in the air. So then what I'm going to do is, now that I got these all at the angle I want, go into X and just individually move these up and down. It's really funny because when I first got this game, I swore I would never be the kind of player that did this kind of thing. And then I just found out that it's so fun. And now I do this kind of thing all the time. Here, and we're going to do the same thing. Go back into construction. Like these, but they're not naturally laying flat, and I don't want to deal with it. We're going to do the same thing, where we're just going to make this kind of look like this is actually a space for humans. And the tigers just went, nope, we like it. It's ours now. Just like that. See? The other thing we can do too is in lights. There's gotta be something. No. It's North African. Indonesian. I guess India's not completely wrong, but that's... I'm looking for this. That's what I'm looking for. So I was actually going to have, like, light posts in it. Can't change the color on them, which is fine. But this is kind of a funny touch, right? It's just like, oh. Like that. And then we're going to go to props. And there's a couple that are boats. And I'm going to look for one that's a boat. Specific boat. But I don't remember what... Because there's this one. This isn't bad. But there's another one. If I just search boat... Yeah. Wooden boat. I actually think putting props in the habitats look really cool. I want to do... well, something. I'll know it when I see it. Come on, give me something good here. Actually, nope. I thought that might make it faster. It did not. Put a fan on the back. No. Put stuff in the boat. There we go. Something like this. Don't ask questions about how it hangs. Oh, it's the tassels. I'm looking for this. There we go. Should color up some. There we go. Okay, don't do it that way then. Instead of having all of this off of the back, it looks instead like somebody would have had an umbrella there for hanging out. It just adds a little bit of character. And then if we wanted to, real quick, go to night, those lights light up. So it adds a little bit of character in the habitat at night, which is kind of cool. Now we have some like props and stuff in here for our little out of the way space. Out of curiosity, real quick, is there anything I can set over here that I like, or should we just move on? We could still do the other idea I was thinking of, which was in construction, wall pieces. Bamboo might not be the worst pick, but I just don't like how the bamboo looks. Actually, this would just be a lot of work, but it's kind of probably the best pick. We'll do... not the most in theme, but we'll use these pieces. And so what I'll do over here Let's see, where is it visible? Here. This. This. And then we're gonna stick this off like this. Go with me. There's a reason. All will be revealed in time. Do this. Do this. This. And need this one. That's offset, so we'll fix this real quick. There we go. And then we're gonna go to roofs. Is this an option in roofs? Might not be. I think it is, it just might not be an option in pitched roofs. This doesn't look bad though. It's the wrong angle, but it doesn't look bad if I can find the right angle. There we go. And then flat roofs. And then like that. What this will do is actually create another shelter space. All will be revealed in time. Like that. And then, what's it called? The Jeep. Yeah. Stick this thing in there. I didn't need to make the tall one. They're shorter than I realized they were, but that's okay. We can still work with that. Around like that. Put some props around. Because like I said, I like things to look kind of cool. And like these tigers just moved in. They're like, you know what? We like this spot. We're moving in. You don't get this spot anymore. I think it looks cool. But then in here, the tigers can hang out and live their best life. I'll actually put this panel down. It'll just make the ground look neater. I mean, it's not Taiga, but it adds texture, and I like texture. Actually, I clicked on that fence piece by mistake, but I kind of liked it. Just adds some character. To the space. Kind of like that here too. Just kind of look like this used to be a space. Somewhere in here, I have another thing that I made that I like to add to... Gotta be a way that... Yeah, there we go. Blueprints only. So that should show me what I made. Where's the one I made? Here's the one I made. We can stick this somewhere. Where do I want to put this? Maybe I don't want to put this anywhere. I just kind of like the idea that there is actually a water filtration system. And that's like, oh, there's the water filter. Oh, look, they're playing up there! Haha, I love it. Look at that, there's their little found space. Now if I click on one of the tigers, I love watching them jump. See, in here counts as shelter, so this is also more shelter space for them. I actually have a fair amount of shelter space all around here. Now, let's get the rest of the stuff in. Let's do enrichment next. Just because I want to place trees and stuff, but I'll have a better idea of where I want to place the trees once I've put everything else in. And this is the other advantage of turning off research, is I can just design it better. Like, sometimes I do really like the challenge of playing with an economy or playing with research on, but sometimes I like to really be able to make the habitat what I want the habitat to look like. Let's put the food... If I put the food there... Is that accessible by staff? It definitely is. So that's staff accessible, so they can eat there on the rock, which will just look cool. They won't need anything to drink because they'll have the water. I'm a big fan of the water pipe as opposed to a water dish, just because then staff don't have to trade out the water. You know, thing I haven't checked is, can they walk on the bridges? Oh, they can walk on the bridges. Look at that. Oh, that's such a good idea. I'm so happy we did that. Okay, so now enrichment. All of this stuff is tagged because Siberian tigers can climb on it, but because the Siberian tiger doesn't need climbing in order to be happy, this won't actually fix their enrichment at all. So let's start with toy enrichment. I like the prey-scented sacks for the predators. I think those are fun. So that's something we can sit over here. And that's actually going to do all of their toy enrichment if we don't want anything else. But I also, for the big kitties, I do like the scratching posts. I think those are fun. So now they have plenty of toys. So food enrichment. Big fan of the blood pumpkins. Trying to look at spaces where people can see the tigers. The other thing we could do for food, I don't think this will fit here. Like, I think if we put this in, it's going to be not deep enough. We're just going to try it. Oh, it is deep. Yeah, feet are not deep enough. So it's not going to count. It was telling me it would work, but it's really not going to work. Looking at this now, I think I actually want to move the scratching post to over here. Why is it inaccessible? Are you sure it's inaccessible? Okay, it is accessible. It was just telling lies. Okay. Sometimes they tell lies. Blood pumpkins. Part of me wants to put it here, but the staff have to be able to get to it. Let's actually put something up here. They like to be up here anyway. You can kind of see them up there, and the staff can get up there. They need more food enrichment. Block of frozen fish is good too. If I put it here, why does it say enrichment is stop, game. Game. I literally want everything but what you've let me click on. This game does this sometimes and it's really annoying. It's like it will click on everything but what I want to click on. And then the camera got really drunk. Okay. Let's try this. Enrichment. Will let me click on the enrichment item? No. That would make too much sense. What if I move you? Just want to click on this stupid thing. We're gonna just not add it. Because it won't let me click on it. The game is just adamant that I can't click on this. All I'm trying to do is figure out if it's accessible. It looks like it is. That's fine. I'll just never click on it. I don't need to click on it. Now what I'm seeing is... Oh, because it's staff traversable. I'm like, why can't they swim? They can swim. See, this is coming up as inaccessible. I'm wondering if it's inaccessible because I can't click on it. Like if the two things are the same thing. Wow, it still won't let me click on this. So there it goes. Okay, frozen block of ice is gonna live there instead. That's fine. Alright, so our habitat is almost done. We still have to put in trees. It's weird. Okay. It's got a very strange text that I'm 90% sure is spam, but I'm gonna not deal with it right now. Okay, we're gonna take tundra off. And we're gonna go to plants and trees and stuff. Basket ferns, interesting. Okay, so now, plants and trees and stuff. So over here, I said I like to make marshes, right? We're gonna do that. So here in this water, what I like to do is take this kind of grass. What? Oh, hold on. I had the wrong continent on. Okay, we'll pick a different kind of grass that does effectively the same thing. There are other things that will do the same effect. I just have to pick them out, but that'll be something. Rather not use any, like this would work. It's not ideal, but it would work. Use the caribou moss. This would be fine. Turn on random rotation. What this does is create kind of like a little marshy spot. So if we look, I just want to make sure it's not a plant that blocks off. It's not. So they'll actually, he's taking a dump, sorry about that. They'll actually be able to walk through here. And it'll just look cool. Is effectively what's going to happen. We can also lay this down. And that will just create texture. And this is the kind of thing, like I said, the reason why I like to turn off plant requirements, because that would count towards our total coverage, if that was the case. And if it was on, and I just don't like that, because like that isn't coverage though. So we're gonna put a nice little pine tree here. Like that. So then it's like, oh, there's the water pipe, but like I tried to hide it, you know what I mean? And since they can't climb on this anyway, we can go ahead and put some pine trees there. I do like the olive trees. I think they are cool looking. I like to just lay down crap loads of flowers too. I think those are pretty. Again, I'm big on texture. I'm going to say it over and over and over again because I like texture. Poppies. Poppies will put them to sleep. Let's see. I want to find some decent shrub-looking stuff. And there's a lot of options, so the harder part is going to be whittling it down. Sorry, I feel like I'm really slow-spoken today. This is not what I was looking for, but I do know I want to put some of these in, so we're going to do that before I forget. So that kind of shelters off that cave entrance. And put some trees up here. I'm gonna have to go through and check and make sure they can't climb out of the fence because of any of these trees. But again, I like to put a bunch of trees along the back, which again counts towards coverage. And I'm like, it really shouldn't, but okay. Some trees over here. Need a shrubbery. These aren't bad. The areas where this wasn't counting as shelter anyway, we're going to put a bunch of bushes under here, right? Because I feel like that's the type of thing that would happen in nature. Everybody say it with me. It adds texture when you layer in different colors. This I want to keep broadly open. Because they are using it, right? But I think they can walk through this. And we'll just... oh, that actually looks terrible, I think. We'll pick something else to put there. Caribou moss is good. They can walk through caribou moss, I'm pretty confident. I like these, too. These champion moss rocks. In fact, we'll probably whittle some of that in here. So I just think moss by the water makes a lot of sense. Oh, see, this is looking so much better. Look at this. This is one of my favorite habitats I've ever made, I'm gonna be honest. I'm a big fan of this. Put some broken down trees over here. Look at that. Just look at it. I think the other thing we can do too is I can put something like this in there. I'm gonna hit X, and I'm gonna hit X again. I'm gonna rotate it. Come on. Getting a little finicky here. He's getting a little bit upset with me. There we go, that's about what I'm looking for. Like that. Hit X again so I can actually move it like this. When you hit this button, it toggles where the arrows are pointing, which can really help you if you've like turned it a bunch of times and you just want to like reorient it. There we go. Now there's just like a fallen log over there, which I think looks neat. Look at that. And since it's such a big habitat, I think I'm gonna not put a whole lot of foliage in so people can kind of see them anywhere. And then we're just gonna go back to these guys, check the traversable area, make sure I haven't ruined anything. This is actually counting as climbing. See, now they can't walk up here for some reason. They could before. I don't know exactly what I changed. Let's do this. Maybe I can budget back. Figure out what stopped working. Yeah, no. It's back to saying they can't walk on there. It said they could before. Maybe I was looking at staff traversable. Maybe the staff can go on there and the tigers can't. That's okay though, even if the tigers can't go on there, I still think it looks cool. It's a big, pretty habitat. I like that a lot. So now obviously the people are standing there because they can't get close to it. I'm actually going to take this down. We'll pause it. Kind of like that. Make this a little thicker. Nice 90-degree entrance. Just 90-degree entrance. So here we have given them the ability to actually go see the tigers up close. And if we click on one of these tigers, you'll see that they have 33,000 square feet. So they definitely have more than enough room than they need. And that is about an hour and a half's worth of work based off of our stream time. I'm pretty proud of this though. I think this looks great. Now we're not actually done yet. So other thing you can do, you can customize water. I don't mind Everglade. Trop is kind of pretty too. That's not bad. Toxic. And then these are weird. I don't know why you would do those. So I might do something like Amazon, but actually just up the transparency. I'm gonna turn mist on because it's cold out, right? Add some bubbles. There we go. I might be a little bit obnoxious on the mist. Turn it down a little bit. And the mist color we can actually make not quite as obvious too. Here we go. What do you think, big kitty? You big happy kitty? What are you doing? What are you doing exactly? He's checking out the boat. Yeah, they're pretty happy. The only other thing I want to check is food-wise. They can have quality 3 food. Since that's already unlocked. Look at this! Big and beautiful. What do you think, sir? The zoo... Okay. The zoo ticket. You guys won't think it's overpriced forever. I'm going to put in other stuff here soon. Okay, so one thing I want to do too, then, is we're going to go to facilities. We're going to put in this. We'll probably, you know, let's go ahead and go to the zoo. We'll just go ahead and make it like 8 and 5. See if that makes everybody happy. Because after this, I'm probably going to just spend some time decorating. Siberian tiger. When are my other zoo talks scheduled? January and June. So we can leave this one as March, that's fine. But the other thing we're gonna do is add animal talk seating, because we have room for it. This is gonna kind of help with the whole crowding problem. So now there's gonna be seating, so people can come and sit here and listen to the talk. And then we can... One thing I tend to cheat with is the education frames, just because I don't like to deal with it. Line to surface, turn off random rotation. So we're gonna do this. And then in here we're gonna be able to do habitat education board and a little sound system. And this might actually be out of power. It is out of power. So we can rectify that here as well. Facilities, power, solar panels. Guests are not actually upset if they see a solar panel. So we will put the solar panel here. So it will hit all those items. And we'll power everything that goes on over here and still give me room to put a display here. And that display here will actually probably cover up the panel largely. Everyone's coming to check out the tiger, obviously, because that's the primary thing you can do. Looking for somebody who's excited about what they see. Looks like you are excited about what you see. You really liked the talk from my education people who were walking around, which is good news. And this is pretty sweet. Like, if we click on this kid and look at her perspective, like, she can see the tiger over there. She can see some poop. But you can see, like, pretty much the whole habitat from here, and it looks pretty awesome. It's a little unexciting up front here. So what we can actually do is go into nature and just put some stuff on the ground. Turn off align service. Turn random rotation back on. And we'll just, you know me, I want texture. So we can just put some of these plants in here. And again, this is a big part of why I turn off space requirements, or coverage requirements for animals, because then I can put this stuff down and it doesn't really bother them. And I'm like in no way infringing on their space. Like, they have so much space to walk around. Do a nice big fern patch over here. But, like, flowers are pretty, right? So we can just put down a bunch of plants. just look like what it would look like. A field where there's a lot of plants growing. When you look in, it just, I mean, it looks crazy, but it also looks better, I think. I might be overdoing this slightly, which is fine. I'm not upset by the prospect that I'm overdoing it. This is actually vine stuff you're supposed to hang from a wall, but I think it looks good on the ground. Yeah, this is probably overdone a little bit, but I don't really care. I think it looks nice. There we go. As long as they can walk through it and I'm not actually infringing on their ability to go anywhere, I think it's fine. And it looks like they, yep, he's walking over it now, so it's fine. Look at that. Love it. So then what we can do is we can make a nice little pause just because. Pause. Under construction, we're going to make a nice little educational platform over here. You can use bamboo for this. This. Control X. Do that. We're going to move this back, but then we're also the second one. We're going to rotate like that for reasons that will all become clear momentarily. Scenery group, construction, education board, turn off random rotation, turn on align surface. We're going to do two things here. Do this, and we're going to do, just to make them even, we'll do it this way. Do this. And then I'm going to go into facilities. We're going to do two different things. So one of these is going to be a habitat education board, which will talk about Siberian tiger. The other one is going to be a TV that's the right size. This one's the TV. So this one, which is the habitat education board, Siberian tiger. This one is going to be what is an environmental issue that impacts Siberian tigers? I guess a lot of things, right? Let's do the exotic pet trade. Isn't one of these one of these should be the pet trade. I guess poaching too. I swear one of these is pet trade. Maybe not. Huh. Weird. Okay. We'll do poaching. Poaching makes sense, but I just don't like how it looks. Right? Like, it's a giant elephant next to a tiger. I don't really like that. whatever. We'll do poaching because it makes sense. Why did you not keep? There we go. And then hit X. Whole thing closer. We have a little board that makes sense, so they can read about that and they can read about poaching, which is something that impacts tigers. So now they can stop and read that there. So there's a sign over here for people to read, and then there's signs over here for people to read. And then we're gonna go back into here. And we're gonna make this all pretty. We're gonna turn off line surface, but I'm not gonna turn on random rotation just yet. And I'll show you why. Because we're gonna fill in around this edge, and I don't want long, thin pieces to rotate. Because that will impact their ability to do what this is actually here for. I'm gonna need to take a bathroom break here eventually. Just like that. Right along the edges. And that gives us all kinds of room to put in something pretty here. I still feel like there's more I can do up here. But like no one sees up here, so like this would literally be for me and making me happy. But I mean, making me happy isn't the worst reason to do something. This is a hill, that's why stuff doesn't sit on here very well. It just looks so good. Just so happy with how this turned out. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and then when I get back, we'll fill in more. Actually, some of you may be like, Jess, you haven't put in the donation box. And I'll be like, you're right. I forgot because, you know, my economy is turned off, so it's not actually important. Tiger colored ones. Either edge. And one like right here because it'll be right by that. Okay. We need to put benches and stuff in here too, so it's not done. But the next step we'll do is we'll fill in around here and make this area pretty and decide what we're going to put here. And then if we keep streaming, we'll work on the front of the zoo. But at least now we have like a habitat going. And I think it looks pretty great. So I'll be right back. I just got to use the... Ooh, I did pause this, right? Yeah, we're paused. Oh, what did I just do? Okay, there we go. Okay, I will be right back. Okay. I am back. Let us continue our Siberian tiger journey. So the next thing, I'd like to make sure I'm putting down benches to keep everybody well rested. I really like the European bench. I don't think there's anything specifically European about it. And you can change the color on it like other benches. Although the conservation bench has become my new favorite. I just think it looks so cool. And we'll give it the same kind of tealy color I've been giving everything else. So yeah, this way people can sit, watch the tigers, do stuff. I don't really want to put a bench there because that thing's there. I'm going to go to the bins. Again, I like the conservation buckets a lot. Humans are disgusting, so you have to make sure you put trash bins everywhere, or you will regret it. So now we have the things people need kind of figured out. Go back into nature. We're going to do a nice big display over here. So this can be just more filled in, I think. Let's actually start in construction. Where do fences live? I can never remember where fences live. Fences. Got a couple different fence options. Can I change the color of this? I sure as heck can. I don't like that. I don't love it though. I'm trying to go for dark blue. There. I like that. Maybe this just slightly, yeah. I like that. What I'm gonna do is come here, and we'll start here. We're just gonna put a fence down, and we're gonna try to get it as straight as we can. This always burns me, but we're gonna try it. Click on this thing, Control X, turn off random rotation. I really wish there's a toggle for random rotation, and there might be, and I just don't know it. And again, I'm just doing Control X and going right on down the line. You can actually, like, get out of this and then highlight, like, 3 of these and then move 3 at a time if you want it to go faster. 3 is just a random number. You can do it with any amount. But I'm not doing that here only because I don't know how far down this edge we're gonna go. And by some miracle that only God himself could create, this actually fit the right amount of spaces. So then we're going to go down here. X. And hit X again. You don't have to hit Control X again, just X again to go into this mode. Actually, cancel. Control X. X again. We're going to turn on angle snap. That way I can actually get this a true 90-degree angle. Do this and this. We're just going to try to get this to line up as well as we can. Come on, baby. There we go. Little baby fence. Perfect. Look at that. Truck right along here with these. Now this one, I am actually going to stop and highlight more than one, only because of hit Control X. Now it'll do 3 at a time, just because of how far down this goes. This is going to take a long time if I did it one by one. Not sure. This is also angling slightly, but that's okay. I don't think it's going to be drastic enough for it to be a problem. I can also move the whole thing when I'm done. If I want. Let's see. Much faster when you do 3 at a time. I'm not really concerned that this isn't staying quite as parallel. Well, maybe it is. There is a little bit of an angle there, but I'm not quite as concerned about it just because here I'm not going to be able to put as many like big trees and stuff because of how thin the area is anyway. So the fence being more of a focal point is actually completely fine. And at this point, 3 is going to be too long, but what we're going to do is just place this. And then just delete this one here on the end. Now we have a nice little fence. Part of the problem is too, this actually, if you can kind of see, has a little bit of an angle to it. So that just means I didn't do it completely perfectly. But I'm okay with this. Now we're going to go into nature and we're going to pick out some trees. We didn't use fig trees in there. The fig tree is actually pretty cool. It literally does. Maybe I did use some fig trees in there. I did, actually, I think. We'll go back in, we'll turn this off, and we'll go back to random rotation. Those will be most of the space, right? And then we'll do some smaller ones. Do some smaller ones. And then now the rest of this will be something lower. Like rosebush. These aren't bad choices. Larger version, not a smaller version. So now we're gonna have to go to something else again. No. Trees aren't actually an olive tree, but we just had the stump wouldn't be bad either. But I think here I want to do something like this. We'll just go to flowers at this point. See, and the flowers are getting confused by the fence. They're wanting to like, wait, do you want me on the ground or on the fence ground? Which on the ground? These poppies were floating in the air, so we're gonna fix that. Say it with me. Texture. You know I like the texture. They added so many of these like flowers to the game and it's glorious. They did not used to have this many flowers and I like it so much better now that there are so many. Just makes everything better. out in here too. Yeah, I like that a lot. Alright, so this area is nice and pretty. We'll figure out what to put here too in a minute. I don't know quite yet what I want to do there. Make it shorter. But we'll put plants in front of here. Look at that. What are you thinking? What's on your mind? Nathaniel Stearns. That's weird. I work with somebody with almost that name. He's enjoying the view of the Taiga. Having a great time. It's quite good. You can really tell they put a medium amount of thought into the planning. I would say a bit more than a medium amount. Kit. Sounds like your parents put a medium amount of thought into your name. This looks much better. You can get a great view of that tiger taking a dump. Just a great view of that. Still really like how this turned out. I just think in general this looks pretty great. Other tigers up here. Let's do one last quick check of where they can walk. So they can jump down here. I don't know if they can jump up, but they can at least jump down. I'm a little sad still that they can't walk on here, but I might be able to watch that. Let's try this. Control D is going to be duplicate. We're going to turn off random rotation. We're going to select the group. And I'm going to do align to surface so that it kind of fit, the slats fit along. And obviously it's not the exact same color, but that's okay. I think if I put these close enough together, I have random rotation off, don't I? I do. So it's just having a hard time picking what surface it thinks I want it to align to. What's it doing under here? Nothing bad. See if this will let me trick it. See, I don't even care that they're not the same color, because it, say it with me, adds texture. I just think it would be really cool to get a tiger walking across the bridge. Okay, cool. I think they can actually hop across, so we might still be able to get a tiger on that bridge yet. We'll see what happens. I like this a lot. Okay, next thing I want to check. Under centerpieces. Do I have tiger statues? I do. And they are specifically Siberian tiger statues. I was gonna say I'd use it if they were Bengal, because you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell. But this will work nicely. Okay. So then what we're gonna do is come here. And pick some cool stuff. This is pre-made stuff, basically. I mean, that's pretty, but that's not really what I want to do. Let's see what we got here. To look for tigers in here too. So let's go into construction. Walls. Find something maybe metal-y. Initial instinct says metal. Not a lot of options. I don't hate that though. Oh, this design isn't really anything specific, it's just a something. There we go. Unfortunately, I don't think I can make this. Yeah, I can't make it perfect there, but that's still pretty cool. The Australian roof is actually not too bad. I think I'm gonna do this one. Can I change the color of this? Oh, I can. But I actually like this color. So this is not gonna work perfectly, so I'm gonna have to make choices. But that's okay. I can make choices. So I could do that and there we go. There's some room under there. Maybe then what I actually want to do with this is move. Yeah. Move. So basically all we've done is made 3 circles. So that's not that exciting, but it's not unexciting. Move this filter. And we're just gonna pick something else here. There's just so many materials. I think glass. I don't know if it's gonna be this glass, but I'm feeling glass. Kind of feel this more. No. Where did it go? Come back to me. Do 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 do, and that'll just create a barrier. Is kind of what I'm thinking. Could do this only because I can change their color. Plaster ones, I'm pretty sure I can. Look at that, I can. No, I think I want a brownish color. Outline the surface, position snap. It's not snapping where I want it to position snap, so we're not going to do that. Just like that. And what we're actually gonna do is 2 of them. If you remember, in those tiger statues, they were walking down. Actually, change my mind here. Say it with me. Texture. Centerpieces. Tiger. Do we like the bronze? Do we like the gold? Do we like I kind of like the silver. We can also just use stone. So basically I can put like one here. Do that. This might look utterly ridiculous. Yeah, I don't like the glass. The glass is too tall, so we're just gonna take the glass off. I don't mind the rest of it, but the glass is too much. The glass is too much. And the rest of this will look better once there's trees in there. I'm actually going to take us out of the work mode for putting trees in though, because that way if I have to adjust trees, I'm not adjusting everything. And we can turn rotation back on. Although these are going to be more specific, because I gotta handle those a little differently. Let's see what else we got here. I think we used some of the Korean pines in there. Obviously, we gotta put foliage on the ground in front. You can't just not do that. That would be silly. It's not the best statue I've ever made in my life, but it's not horrendous. And we're not done. We're gonna get this looking good. You just wait. You just wait. It's all gonna come together in the end. You see, I kind of strike a balance when I play this between I go into more detail than some people probably ever would, but I also go into significantly less detail than some people actually do. Because I like to spend time on making all this stuff look cool. Again, when I first started playing, I never thought I would be that kind of player. And now I am. But I also like the amount of detail some people put into their habitats. I'm like, I'm not there yet. So I'm somewhere, I'm very intermediate, I would say, with my building. Some plants down on this, and I think it'll make it look a little less harsh. I don't want it totally plants, because then it would defeat the purpose. Yeah, I kind of like that. I feel like what I could do is here, here, here. Rotate this one. This. This one will actually be off center, but it will look better in that way. I like that. So if we did explore mode and walk around here, that's a little gross. I can fix that real quick. But then you walk around and you see this cool little tiger statue. I like that. So I think I'm just gonna grab some of this. Control D for duplicating and drop some of these here. I like that. I like that a lot. And that broadly hides this, which again, guests can look at that. They don't really care if they see the solar panels. But I think that looks nice. See what this guy has to say. This place looks boring. Well, yeah, it's because I've done, up until now, I've done very little decorating. You will start to feel differently about that here soon. That peeks in a little bit, but that's not a problem. Both tigers are up here. Getting a little me time, a little space. Well, sir, I tried, right? My favorite comment is when they're like, you put a medium amount of work into this. Like, what does that even mean? Are you gonna go on the bridge? He's gonna go around the bridge. I really want them to go on the bridge. The zookeeper is really happy he doesn't have a lot of work to do. Who's a good tiger? Good tiger. Alright. So now we can start doing other stuff. Oh! See here, they're seated for the talk, which is great, because that means this many people are not standing here on this pathway. People can still stand on the pathway to listen to the talk, if they want. I love cats, too. I had thought about making a big cat zoo instead of like a biome zoo, and I still may do that someday. I wonder if he'll go walking in the marsh, or she'll go walking in the marsh, and I can, yep, I can, well, kind of. Whatever. Oh, look, the big cat's right up there for the talk. What do you have to say? I wish this zoo had a drink shop. Oh yeah, I have not put in any kind of food or drink yet. Should really do that. That can be the next thing we do. Let's save this really quick. Okay. So we could make this a little food area probably. That would be kind of neat. But I also want to put in some restaurants. So let's go to facilities, guest facilities, restaurants. Where do people walk in? They walk in there. Okay. Actually, before I put this down, let's start with path. We're going to do that. Facility, restaurant. Just like this. We're going to slap that down. Now, real quick, I want to try something. So construction. Because for restaurants, we also need room for tables, right? That would work. This would work. And I can change the color on it. Okay, so what I'm going to do then is exit. We're going to kill this path real quick. And we're going to move this real quick so that there's room for that. All will be revealed in time. Trying to make this clean, but it's not working. It'll have to be as clean as it gets. Construction. Go back to the color we were using. So since I have to have room for the tables, this is the new kind of way I like to do it for the restaurants. We're gonna go walls. I don't know if this is the wall piece I'm going to use or the color I want to use. I just need something for reference, and then we'll come back. So now I know approximately how tall this is. I'll probably use glass for the walls. I usually do that for these kind of spaces, just so I can actually see inside. But rather than hop around a whole lot, I want to do this. Just so I can kind of get done what I need to get done here. So then this will be the ceiling. Come over here. Actually, what we will do is we'll go in here for walls. And we'll use that here. Do you think that'll work for covering up this base? Like that. And we'll do the same thing here. I think what I'll actually do, I'll leave those there. And we'll make this back wall solid. Just for the sake of looking out in that direction. But then we're going to come in here and we're going to type glass. You can use the filter for looking for glass too. Just find typing faster. Can I change this from white? I can. Make it gray. Actually, we're going to pause on that because this is going to be easier. We're going to grab the food benches, restaurant tables. And we're going to change to a different color configuration. I don't know why this color configuration, it's just what I'm picking. So we're going to place these before I completely encase them, just for ease of table placement. This is not the most efficient layout, but I'm not really concerned about that. This is just the table layout we're going to get. So then we're going to go back into construction. And we'll put the walls down. And again, I like to pick glass because then I can see in. No real other reason. Sometimes I think if I was playing it realistic, glass would be a problem because I would basically be making a giant greenhouse and it would be real warm and toasty. But that's okay. Alright. So now we have this going. The next thing we need to do... Actually, I probably should have linked the tables after I placed them and before I did all of this, but... whatever. Select nearest. Okay, it's just going to pick all of those for us. Perfect. Confirm link. Now it says it's not working because it doesn't have enough vendors, because I think one of my vendors walked away. Let's just go ahead and grab somebody. I can just add some staff, to be honest. We're gonna start adding animals and things, so we might as well. Caretakers would be good too, because we're gonna start needing waste bins. And we can go ahead and send everybody for trainings. Oh, everybody's fully trained. I didn't remember turning on fully trained, but that's fine. There's no reason not to, because I have an economy. Like, it's not like I wouldn't be able to afford to do it with no economy anyway. We can add a little sign for the name of the restaurant there. Does anybody have an idea for what we should name this restaurant? If the theme of the zoo is the Taiga biome, Taiga being like not quite Arctic, but colder than a regular forest, we can come up with something. And then what I think I might do is quite literally take this, duplicate it, and put one here. And just have 2 restaurants right at the front of the zoo. Which is just going to handle so many of our food needs. I'd kind of like to do this, right? And have it enter the other way. But that's just a lot of work. So instead we're going to do this. So we'll have 2 restaurants, basically. And that's just going to handle so much of our food needs. And so we'll just have to come up with a name for them. I mean, we could even just name them like Tiger Treats or something like that. Again, I think it would have looked better if I like completely inverted it. I just don't feel like taking that kind of time. And there's not enough. I wonder if these tables come automatically linked. I should check that. They might not. Yep. I'm glad I thought about that. Because they're definitely not linked. Whoops. Nearest. Confirm link. Taste of Karen Norris. Could be. Not bad. Like dead animals like Karen is what you're going for. I like that. Yeah, everyone's rushing right into the food. People were pretty hungry. We have a bathroom over here, but we might actually have to put another bathroom in, because I don't know if that can just going to handle all of the people or not. But it's going to help. I like this. I like the 2 restaurants right at the front. There's not a lot you can use this space for. So restaurants are as good as anything. And I want to check. Okay. The negative impact on guests shouldn't really affect them, because even though this is hitting that table, it shouldn't really coincide. But this will also go down if I clean up the area. So, like, I can go nature. We'll turn off Asia, but we'll keep the Taiga biome. And pine trees are kind of cheap. Not monetarily, but like they're really easy for I don't want anybody to see this. Like they just take up a lot of space. But I'm not too good for it. I think the restaurant's playing music. That's fun. No, I don't like that. It's too tall. These shorter? These are shorter. I don't want to fill this in too much because I might put an animal here. And then I'd have to do something about that. Now I need something smaller. Yeah, like this. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. And then something on the ground. That you can't even really see. This would work. You can hear somebody doing a roaming speech. That's another cool thing they added for educators. Your educators will just walk around and give random talks, which is pretty cool. So that's something where if you need a lot of educators, because you have a lot of animal talks and you don't want something to get missed, but they don't immediately have something to do, that's something they can do. So one of the things about this game that has so impressed me is how much stuff they are still adding to the game. You know, like I'm not even sure there's rumors about a Planet Zoo 2 because they're still doing so much to Planet Zoo, which is just awesome. And anytime they do an update to the game, there's always like a free update. So even though there's more DLC, and that more DLC adds, it's cool, monkey puzzle tree, stuff to the game. Anything that's like a mechanic from that, you can get for free, which I just think is so cool. That they don't force you to, like, buy DLC just to get more stuff for the game, which they easily could do. Now, sometimes for that update, you have to get the DLC, or pay for the DLC to, like, use it to its fullest. That bothers me less. But, like, if they do some sort of quality of life upgrade or something, you still broadly get it just for free. Here we go. What do you have to say for yourself? What an amazing day. I love my new souvenir. Time's up. Gotta get home. Well, you're going in the restaurant first. They're happy that I'm not charging for the toilet. Yeah, there might be a bit of a queue line. We're gonna say that this needs to be cleaned up like every 3 months, because this is gonna be a very popular toilet. Because right now I don't know where else I'll put a toilet. Another thing you can do too that looks cool is you can go to arches. I don't need it to be specifically glass. That's right, arches is where there's other cool stuff like the Arctic wood frame. I forgot. Like you can make something for your people to walk through. So like if you wanted to just kind of block this off and make this even less visible, you could do this. Like that. And then you could go into doors. Surface. Actually, what you would do... No, this would still work. If none of these just, like, fit large in there like that, I may not mess with it. But, like, you can just add stuff like that. Build another structure for them to walk through. I'm not that concerned about it, personally. Or you could put some columns and put some vines on the columns. Like, there's things. There's stuff and things you can do. I think what we'll do here is we'll put some benches in here. Like that. Who doesn't want to sit next to the bathroom? We may not put one here, if I can. Oh, that'll work. And some trash bins, because humans are disgusting. this one, like... Yeah, it can just go on the wall. I don't care that much. And then... That way we're just putting in more spaces for people to sit. Which right now is not a big deal. But will be a bigger deal in the future. I'll just put some flowers in. Don't align the surface, please. They ran a big yank to get to that store. Oh, no, don't put the flowers on top of the bench. That would be silly. I'm not actually going to worry that much about texture here, because here, texture will just add busyness. But I do kind of like this. Give it a more overgrown look. There we go. See if people think it looks boring now. The next area we can do that too is here. And then we'll figure out something to put here. Maybe a little garden. I think I might do some food stuff here too. Like either instead of a restaurant, maybe I'll put in some stands. I need more to drink. I'm gonna grab something more to drink. And maybe something to munch on. So I will be right back. I should not be gone long. Okay. I am back. I got a little snack and a Gatorade. Because I live like a grown up. Gatorades are always a bear to open. I should have done that not on stream. Now you guys can watch me struggle. Okay, I got it. Alright. Let's decorate over here. I think we'll do some trees, some taller things. There's some taller, thin trees I think we can put along the edge of the building. And then some shorter stuff. But the other thing we can do is put in some education things through here. I think that would be nice. We gotta figure out something to put over here too. I guess I gotta decorate over here. There's so much to do. So much to do. Kind of want to match the style. I don't remember what these are called, so we'll just duplicate and do it this way. That was up in the air for some reason. There we go. Oh, because some of that caribou moss is up in the air, that's why. We will fix that after I put these plants down. These down. Didn't you have some time? Oh, yes, I did. It was lovely. I didn't go anywhere specific. I had some social obligations on the front and the back end of it. It was over the 4th of July. I got in that time I ordered and received my Steam Deck, which I now have a case on. So that's my new little toy. So I've been playing with that a lot. That was exciting. So Steam Deck is, for those who may not be familiar, like it's like a Switch, but for your PC games. So if you already have PC games, you don't have to rebuy them for your mobile device, which is pretty cool. I'm getting there. I'm at a point where I think I can learn a controller. And I knew it was going to be a struggle. It wasn't like I got it and then I was like really let down because I couldn't magically use a controller in a day. I think I knew it was going to be an issue because I've never used a controller in my whole life. Other than like at friends' houses. But it's definitely taking some getting used to. There's a specific plant or tree I wanted to use, and it's not here because it's probably not in the Taiga biome, so it slightly changed my plans. But no, I'm liking it. When I first got it, I got the version that has the smallest internal memory, and I waited for Prime Day to buy an SD card to enhance its memory. So I was kind of limited in what I could put on it. So I started with Dishonored because that's a smaller game and it's one I know really well. Kind of get used to the controls. And then I was playing for the first time a 2D platformer called Gris, G-R-I-S, which I've really been liking. Just to kind of get used to the controls. Just the last day I've been playing Subnautica, which I've never played before. I had it. I'm gonna do a little trick here. It's one of my favorite tricks. If you really like a tree, but you don't want it to be that tall, just turn it into a bush. But Subnautica I have on Epic Games. So that one is where I successfully learned how to put my Epic Games account onto my Steam Deck, which is totally legal, totally what it's there for. But you have to take an extra step because obviously Steam wants you to buy Steam games for the Steam Deck. But one of the selling points of it is if you are willing to learn, you can put your other stuff on there. And slightly less in the totally legal department, you can put emulators on there. So if I really wanted to, and at this point I don't, but if I really wanted to, I could put emulators on there and actually play Nintendo games on there. So like if I actually wanted to play Breath of the Wild or something for the first time, I could just pop a little Nintendo emulator on there. Which would be super illegal if I also pirated the game. If I were to ever do that, I would probably put an emulator on there and still buy the game. So then it's kind of illegal, because obviously Nintendo wants you to play Nintendo games on the Nintendo Switch. But they still got money from me. And as it is, they're going to get zero money from me, because I'm not going to buy a Switch just for like 2 games. Like the whole point of the Steam Deck, which the Steam Deck is technically more money than a Nintendo Switch. Like the cheapest Steam Deck is Well, no, if you get like a Switch Lite or whatever they're called, the ones that are like only digital games, um, it's the it's still more, well, no, like the cheapest Steam Deck is still more money than like a Switch OLED, whatever they're called. Um, but for me, in my case, if I got a Switch, I would have to buy all of my games again. So I wasn't gonna do that. But what I was saying is, like, right now, Nintendo is gonna get $0 from me. If I did something pseudo illegal, they would actually get some amount of dollars from me, which is the grand irony. But that's okay. I just remembered too, I wanted to make like a butterfly barn sign, and I haven't done that yet. That looks much better. I wonder if I want to put any plants along the back of here. Kind of do. But I'll get there with the controller. I've only had the thing like a week. So part of me is frustrated and part of me is like, calm down, Jess. You've had it a week. But I've been enjoying Subnautica. I also don't play a lot of survival games, so I'm also just getting used to the notion of a survival game in general. But overall, liking it. I also bought, and I'm kind of working my way through, the Lego Skywalker Saga, which is cool. I haven't played a Star Wars Lego game in a very long time. Ironically, I'm very confused by it, even though Lego games are supposed to be like highly accessible games. So I'm like, I don't understand what this mode is and what's happening. But I'm enjoying that too, so I'm kind of bouncing back and forth between games on the Steam Deck, just trying to get used to the controls. Okay, I like that better. So let's make some signs. Let's make a butterfly barn sign. So this is 3 panels wide. That doesn't look bad. But if I do this, then I can't lay it flat. I don't know if that's what... Well, I don't hate that. Actually, if I do this, then it's going to be the exact same width, though, and I don't like that. So we're not going to do this. I want something that doesn't go to a grid. This is probably better for that then. Here. I haven't touched the new Zelda game since May, so you're doing better than me. Just 2 into Survivor and then Plague's Tale. That's fair. I know you were very into the second one. How have you finished playing the second one? I still haven't played the first one, so I'm not necessarily looking for spoilers. Oh, actually, hold on. Just kidding. I want to change the color on this first. Okay, so that's the basis of our sign. It might be the right size. Rec Room ending was right. Yeah, my other friend who played it, while not telling me anything, also said that the ending was really rough. I think we can do slightly bigger. No, maybe we can't. Now, what color do I want to make? Maybe. Do. General rule is if I don't even try to make it even in level, no one will notice when it's not. If the game company makes the third one, they did a fantastic job. I would assume they would, because it's been very popular. Is the ending such... How do I... Without... Because I do want to play them, so without saying a whole lot, already knowing that the ending's heartbreaking. Would you say that you also... Like, is it just that you want a third game because it was so good? Or do you want a third game because, like, there's story to tell? You know what I mean? Butterfly barn. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna do fly. Oh, I want bigger ones than this. Holy crap. Oh, you know where else I have butterflies? Is I thought I had them in lights. There was a butterfly light. Oh, I'm thinking of the stars, aren't I? No, there's a butterfly light. I remember making it. Yeah. It's not at all the same color as any lights that are in there, but that's okay. Or butterflies that are in there, I should say. Make this easier to see. Just gotta get it just right. If they would make a third one, it would likely be with different characters and possibly in modern times. The gameplay is very different and fun, great story. Gotcha. That's cool. The one I'm really looking forward to this year, or next year, is, as you already know, Frostpunk 2 is coming out, and we will stream the heckin' heck out of some Frostpunk 2 when it comes around. I'm so excited about everything I'm hearing about that game. I put a link on Twitter too, but if you are the I like listening to soundtracks while I work type, oh my god, their soundtracks are so good. Why won't you go flat? Let's see these, it's not tropical, so I'm not going for tropical. What other signs do we have that would work for a butterfly barn? Sunflowers maybe, even though I don't know that there's sunflowers in there. That'd be cool. This is why you always have to look anyway, because sometimes stuff is called something different than what you were looking for. You never would have found it. Oh. See, a sun works. Come on, we're so close. Got it. These flowers will work too. Alright. I think this is a pretty cool sign. Oh, it has a face on it. I didn't even realize. Okay. So we're going to move the butterfly barn sign. I don't know why it's not aligning to surface, but here we are. You know what? Actually, hold on. We're going to set this back out here. I like this so much. I can't remember how to save a blueprint, but I think I do. You click on it, save as blueprint, new blueprint. Name your blueprint. Butterfly barn sign. Sign for butterfly barn. Whatever we're gonna do. So entrances, scenes, statues, nature? No. I can only do one. I don't think it's that. We'll just do other scenery. That's fine. Okay. And what we'll do is we'll duplicate it. I think if I duplicate it, I can get it to do what I want it to do. Nope, I can't. Never mind then. I'm just gonna move this one. And we'll just do it this way. X. We'll angle snap so I can make this actually straight up and down. Look at that. I like that a lot. It's not exactly even, so we're going to turn this off. Because the snap's going to cause me more grief here. It's going to be close, and then we're going to do this. Look at that. And we're gonna duplicate. And put one on this side. There we go. Look at that. Love that. I love being the frustrated leader of a civilization. It's a good time. Okay. So we could start thinking about another animal to put in. So I have a better idea of what I want to put in all these other places when I know what else is going in the zoo. We could potentially put Arctic foxes right here. Let's go back and have a look. Red pandas wouldn't be bad either, because I can make a red panda building. And that would fit here pretty well. I like doing red panda buildings, like in interior habitats. I think they're neat. Did I save one? I feel like I did somewhere. My blueprints. Alright, this text that I have to respond to now. I don't. Which is fine. And let us make. I think we'll make a little nice little red panda habitat here. I think that would be another fun thing to do. The reason, like I said, like I like to do it is it's enclosed. And I like to put things along the edge here so that it's not like, and then you're in a zoo in the middle of literal frickin' nowhere. You know, the stuff kind of blocks it. There's not as many people in here now that the rush for the need of food is handled. Oh, that was the other thing we were going to do, and I haven't done it yet. As I continue to get regularly distracted, we will make a red panda habitat, though. We're going to put some of these in, because that will ultimately help with a lot of things. Okay. Okay, my mom is texting me about things, and I can't answer all of this stuff. I thought I was getting one question when I was getting what became many questions. Okay. I don't really like that the tree is sticking through it, but I don't think I can do anything about that. Just have to put them in specific spots where the tree is not sticking through them. Just that it's close enough. Try not to answer my text messages too much while I'm streaming, but sometimes I'm like, well, this would be really quick, and then they can move on with their life if it's like a question. And then sometimes I'm like, nope. This is no longer quick, so I no longer can. Okay, I've given up being worried about this. There we go. Ecological restrict. Oh, it's like it's the same one twice. There we go. I just like to put these down. Even though I have a lot of stuff turned out, like this would be a bigger deal for if I had the economy in the game going, because better educated guests donate more money. So it's actually very important to start getting your guests educated, They also tend to be happier, therefore they're less likely to commit crimes in your zoo. Coaching and the exotic. Gosh dang it. I keep picking the same one twice. But since we don't have an economy on, it's not as big of a deal. But I like to keep the education level going. You know what we can turn here? We can turn this into like a little education park. Because like I have these soundboards and stuff. We'll do that later. But it is something we can put there. I'm gonna drop one of these in. So Vista points, people can come like, oh, this might be a thing I should take a picture of. If you look here, you'll already get people, like, they're reading the sign. So now they'll have stuff to read. Good old Sammy Cobb having a good read. And this path here will mean people will view tigers off the main one, and putting stuff here kind of gets it through their head that they should come over here. How are our tigers doing? Where are they? Tigers. Might be in there. Cave. Ew. Where the heck are the tigers? Why can't I see them? Oh, because he's blending in with his environment. Well, isn't that lovely for you? Oh, and you're climbing the tree. Okay. That's why I couldn't see them. So look, you can watch the tiger climb a tree. Tiger can climb a tree and hang out up here, which is pretty cool. Okay. So here's how I build a red panda habitat. Because I like them to have internal ones. I'm going to go to construction. Walls. And we'll pick Arctic wood, maybe? I'm okay with Arctic wood. And we're going to do this. Gonna make it wider, like that. I like to make it 3 tall, just because it makes it easier for trees. They don't necessarily need it that tall, but for tree purposes, it makes it better. 3 wide. I might go a 4th one. This. And then the front, we're gonna do glass. No. I need the sometimes I like the modern one. I think it looks cool. This, I'm just trying to find the easiest one to look through, basically. Just further down. Now, most people will tell you to put a lot of this in after you've placed other things because it's going to make it easier. And they're right. But I'm not confident in pre-habitat building, so we're not going to do that. We are going to leave the roof off, though. I will eventually put a roof on it. But for the time being, we're not going to do that until I get other stuff done. Can I change the color of this? No. I kind of want two different textures. The question is, do I want this one? Solid concrete wall, which actually I can change the color of. Do like this. Kind of like that. This one will only make 2 tall. We'll probably make it by 3. We'll go down here for that. And we'll do this. And then here, in their case, actually this won't really super matter, so that's fine. Because what we'll do here, first of all, we're going to make this short grass so it doesn't come up through what I'm about to do. Out of curiosity, it's not a requirement, but is this is nowhere in range of either of the water things I have, which is fine. Because they don't really need water, they don't swim. So I'm not as worried about it. Paths. Like this one. Make it as small as it can go. Do that. Line the grid. And we're going to do this, and then we'll adjust everything once we get there. X, and we'll get this to fit better. And the sad story is it very rarely will actually fit perfectly. I think this game like sabotages your ability to make things fit perfectly sometimes. Okay, we'll do more here in a minute. That will broadly work. The next thing we're going to do is actually make the habitat. So we're going to go barrier, we're going to go null barrier. Bear with me here. This is very difficult to get spot on. Kind of look, and then we're going to go, dang it. Not what I meant to do. We're gonna do angle snap. Oh wow, that weirdly lines up perfectly, so that's excellent. And we're gonna come in here and do, actually, that's not what we're gonna do. Okay, we're gonna have to do this by hand. basically the construction materials will be the barriers, which you can absolutely do. And then right around back here somewhere, they changed it so you can put your habitat gates in a null barrier, which made me really excited because for a while you could not do that. It was very frustrating. So now this is a habitat. There are certain things I know I'm going to want to do. So we will do those now before we put in our little friends. What is it? Oh, it's a shadow. I thought it was like making an indent into the walls. It's making a shadow. That makes more sense. I think. No, it's making an indent into the wall. I don't know why. Okay. We're gonna make a little box, basically. It's gonna be a little red panda hidey hole. I don't need that much up here. And we'll make it climbable. And it will be out of view of everybody because it'll be up on this next level, basically. Why it's doing that in the wall, I don't know. Can I get it to stop that? Nope. It just... Okay. That... Okay, I got that one to stop. I guess that's just gonna do that. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's just a thing. Okay, so then we're gonna go into habitat, climbing materials. They like the thin climbing materials. Other thing I've learned you need to do is cheat. So even though you do all of this, what I can do is this. So even though you do all of this, the game is still going to be like, no, they can't sleep on that. They can't climb there. And I'll be like, okay. I think that's a load of bull, but okay. Hay up there. Straw, whatever it's called. Looks cool. And we go over to climbing. And do this. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to hit X. Drag this down. Like so. Just kind of broadly look and see if it's connected. It looks connected, so we should be okay. I might actually let it overshoot a little bit. Control X will make another one. Like so. And then I'm going to make another one over here. So they can climb up either side. Into the ground. Beautiful. So now they have a nice little hidey hole. It's going to be really cool. So now, the next thing I'm going to do is grab some red pandas. We'll go for our youngest boy and girl. They're not going to like their habitat. This is definitely not going to be ready to go for them. But I need to get them in here so I can see what's going on. Waiting. Switch some things over here. Red panda. Since we're not going to put a whatchamacallit, pond in here, we'll do this. These feeding platforms are always a pain. Like, every time. Just every time a pain. Pause the game. What I'd like to do is grab these climbable 1-meter logs. Like this. Grab that. Go into food. See, and it always adjusts the ground to it, and I don't want it to do that. Sometimes I feel like if I can get it high enough on one of these, it won't do that. Okay, and it did not. Which is good. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Now if I hop over into here, staff traversal area. Okay, this should be accessible. It is accessible. Okay, cool. Love that. Click on this little guy. And they can actually go underneath it too, so that's cool. And they can climb up, but cannot sit on the bedding, apparently. And I don't know why that is. I love doing this, but it's so annoying sometimes. Yeah, see, their welfare is pretty terrible. So we'll get this figured out. Okay, now they can get up there. Cool, so now they have all the things I really wanted them to have. Part of their problem is they really, really want climbing things, and I haven't put a lot of climbing things in there. So that's part of why they're upset. But we will deal with all that in a minute. We're gonna start with getting this looking better. They are also a species that likes some snow, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna put in a cooler. But we're going to make the radius way smaller. Like a radius of 7, we'll start there. And we'll figure all that out in a second. So I'll need to unpause the game. And I don't want to while their happiness is, or their welfare is so low. Short grass, because they do like some amount of grass. Okay, so this is good. Just preemptively do that, it just won't stay, which is fine. Okay, so they do want more climbing. So one thing we can do is play around with this area. So like I can come here, change the colors here. That's actually not bad as is. So if we look at like average human height, we can do that. If I do this, does it? It does not. So we're going to cancel. We'll click on this, X, X, and turn it slightly. I think, honestly, it's so close. We'll just do this. See how that's an issue? Another thing we can do, hide that. If I put this on an angle, like that, that will take the use of the extra length. But it should still be climbable. That just kind of adds some stuff. And then, it's pretty good height for people in here to see them playing on that bridge. So that's neat. What I want to do with that, though, is then make this a bit more feasible. Boop. 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 Supports. So that's cool. That should get us closer, and as much as they can do cool climbing things, I also really want them to have trees and stuff to climb on. So I think what we're going to do next, we'll let this kind of calculate, see how close we are. We're much closer. Asia Taiga. Oh, this is stuff they can climb. You know what I want to do really quick before we continue on with this? I want to go into this mode, figure out where the gate is, and just for my own happiness and like understanding of what's going on, I want to put a door here where the habitat is, so I can tell where the habitat is. Because then I'm not putting stuff over where the zookeeper needs to get in and out. So now I know that's where the zookeeper comes in and out. It's going to make my life so much easier. Okay. This having been done. So I want to pick stuff that... Oh, no. We're going to turn on our things here. Like this. This should be climbable. And should add to there. We can climb on it. Now it's not a Taiga plant, but it's like my favorite red panda tree. So we're gonna kind of break the rules here a little bit and put in some cherry blossom trees. Because I think they'll climb the cherry blossom trees, and I just think they look so cool. I'm gonna put this somewhere where it's not gonna block anything else. I'm not really going to be a stickler about only using Taiga in the habitats, but again, I want to try to challenge myself when I've turned off so many other challenges. And that said, there's really like nothing in here I can... There's so few Taiga trees, so I think we're going to not really make that a rule. So let's go ahead and turn temperate back on. Pretty sure we used some temperates in the Siberian Tiger anyway, so it's fine. Fig tree. Gosh, this is falling off my ear, sorry. This don't really fit well with my... I like my new glasses. I don't know if you noticed or not. I got new glasses frames. I like them, but there have been some unforeseen consequences that I'm adjusting to. Such as it makes other things harder. So I don't want this going into their box. Ah, there we go. These are the ones I was looking for, the shorter ones. Get some ground cover going. Gotta be careful, because I don't know which of these are plants you can't walk through, and I don't want to create an issue. Probably not going to do as many flowers in here, because I don't want to take away from the Japanese maple. Or the, no, this is a Japanese maple. I don't want to take away from the cherry blossom tree. We will put some Japanese maples in here, because I also really like those. Doesn't mean I put no flowers in here. Oh, you know what I should have done before I placed all of this? Is their enrichment items. They have some cool enrichment items, they just take up a lot of space. So, like, I've always been a fan of this for them. So we'll do this. With the forage box, I like to put it a little bit underground. Like, just a little like that. Oh, never mind. That's gonna actually adjust the land. I don't want to do that. There we go. So put that in. That's going to be more than enough food enrichment for them. So we can put this bark like right here next to the trees. Scent marker. Somewhere. Right here next to the food. Cardboard boxes are just a classic. There we go. I realized I probably could have done more with rocks too than I did. We're gonna cover up. We're gonna cover up that cooler after I find out if the temperature worked or not. They should be, yeah, their welfare is reasonable. Why is your social bad? Oh, because you're... Okay. That's fine. Okay, good. And I can see this is a radius that I like. So we're gonna go ahead and cover that up. Actually, yeah. But you have climbing. They still don't have enough climbing space. Oh, you're the one that's sick. Okay, hold on. So that's part of the problem. Now he almost has enough climbing space because one of them's missing. Some of these trees I put in are not climbable. I thought for sure these were climbable, but I'm wrong. Not the first time in my life I was wrong. These are definitely climbable. I usually put one of these in. Tell you what though, if these trees are not climbable, we're gonna take them out. think they were Scots pines. Let's try the broken Himalaya pines and see if those are fun. Just out of curiosity. Does not appear so. If they're not climbable, I don't want to mess with it. These trees are climbable. Now you're gonna need more climbing space than you have because you're based off of 1, not like when the other one comes back. Yep, he's back already. Oh, it is now considered enough climbing space. But I think that will change when they eventually have babies. So I still need to work on this a little bit. I think maybe you can climb a Himalaya birch. Problem is I want them to, I don't want to cover up the bridge all the way. Okay, they can climb the birch. And you can still see them on the bridge. They should be much happier now. I know I said I was not going to put a lot of flowers in here, but where I am going to put them is over the forage area, because I think that looks really cool. And then it also kind of adds the idea of, like, they're foraging. In, like, something, right? Like, this is where what they're foraging is coming from, is all of these plants. In my own little headcanon. There we go. So now they have welfare. Now, as is, they have enough shelter, which means the shelter that I made them works. Because they can stay under there, and they can stay up in their little hidey hole. But we are not done yet. Because now that I've done this, what I like to do is then go in here, under construction, I like to make this entirely closed off. Just added a random roof piece somewhere and I don't know where. Usually I put glass on the top, but I'm gonna just not do that this time. So now, technically, they are always in shelter. So they can be anywhere and be sheltered. And then we're going to do something similar here. We're going to make this area suitable for humans. And then we're going to put a roof over it. So again, it's something completely interior. Animals, habitats, red, pandas, and we're going to go to food. And we're gonna turn off food. The cool thing about this too is I'm pretty sure it means mechanics don't ever have to come and fix the fences because construction materials never break down. Okay. Next thing we're gonna do. Pick grid. We're gonna make this just a little bit wider. Again, because people will be coming and going. Select grid. Go. Be enough room for everybody to come through. And now we're gonna start designing everything. So we'll have an animal talk point for red pandas. And we will do this in February. Going to construction. Going to arches. Kind of like pick something that would look good here. We might not even do arches. We'll see. These are way too big. This is kind of neat. We can also just completely fresh build something. Like if I went to structural props, I could do this. Right, and we just pick a different color, so we'd probably do some grays. That. And what I can do is this. Do do do. Do do do. Do do do. Do do. Do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I don't know necessarily why I'm keeping the game paused, but I'm keeping the game paused. We're not gonna get super fancy here. We're gonna do this, and then my plan is to do X. Angle snap's already on. It's only getting mad at me about this because it can't let me put anything outside my zoo barrier, which is fine. Now, if I was smarter, I would have made one arch at each door rather than drive this each time. But why do things the smart way? What advantage is there to that? Yeah, I like this. This is pretty. It's real simple, real pretty. What I'm gonna do is click, 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 click. Control X. And then boop. Again, real simple. Just pop it in on this side of the door. Now I have it on both. Look at that. Real nice. Now we're gonna do educational boards. We could do East Asian again. It would be appropriate for red pandas. Can't change the color. Arctic. A lot of times I just like the Australian one because it's just neat. Can do the Arctic one. New World. I think New World's kind of like the right vibe. So we're gonna put one there. And we're gonna put one. Actually, we'll do kind of what we did before, where I'll put red panda ones in, but then I'll also put like other educational things. Go do the same thing over here. We'll put in one. Slide it. And then facilities. I guess that would have worked too, but that's fine. I don't need to be that worried about it. Habitat. Habitat, and then we're gonna go down to the TV screen. And we'll set all this in a second. I might move these around more specifically when this is not. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. So then the question is, do I want anything higher up? Like, do I want any kind of, let's go to construction, all, type in panda, and there's red panda stuff. That's right. I encountered this on our last zoo. The only red panda statue, red panda anything you have is these. I don't have any red panda signs, which is annoying. I'm not sure I really feel the need to put anything on the wall. I could put some designs, I guess. Netting? Interesting. We could do more of these just up on the wall. It's already retained the color pattern because I haven't left. It's not the worst idea. Again, it adds texture. That's right, you guessed it. Not being quite as precise with these. Worried about precision, and I can adjust this later if I'm really worried about it. It's always so silent in here when you've had like the game music going for so long, and then the game music's like, I need a break. I'm like, alright, you can take a break, game music, that's fine. Here's things that are specifically wall decorations. Unfortunately, so it's the animals like this that have been in the game for a while that actually have less decorations that are good for them, because as players have wanted things, the new DLC packs have added really good stuff for the animals that come out, but that doesn't necessarily go back and add things for the animals that were there before, which is somewhat understandable. Okay, so now what I want to do, benches, and we can actually use these station benches. I like those a lot. These can kind of literally sit anywhere because this whole thing is path. So we're just gonna put a few places for people to sit. We're gonna add a few waste bins because people are disgusting. Even though currently they don't even have anything. Oh, yeah, it doesn't match. Actually, I'm okay with this one being more back because of this thing. And we'll just set it way back so that it looks more intentional. Put some red panda colors on. Let's reverse that. I find it looks better when the hand is what's in white. There we go. There we go. And then we'll go here. Red panda. And we'll go here. Global warming. Here. Invasive species. I don't know that invasive species affect red pandas too much. Maybe they do. I don't know. Species population fragmentation probably does. Like a viable thing. Deforestation definitely would. Gosh dang you. And then set these to red pandas. What's the scenery rating on this? Really good, because it's inside this building. And then we're gonna go here. See, what is this? A concrete wall? So then I'm gonna go here. Oh, asphalt roof. That seems fine. And we'll do this. And the roof, being like this, is going to probably, hopefully, oh, there. I need to put some on the outside of the building too. We can do that. See, now that you're in here, it actually really helps with the glare problem, but that skylight helps with lighting. Look how nice it is in here. And the other thing that would add a lot of ambiance, if you will, is if I go to a ambiance speaker. Oh, he's playing with the thing. Click on this. Asian forest. And now it makes forest noises when you walk around in here. Isn't this neat? Now, if I really wanted to, we could make all of this in night mode and I could add some cool lights in here, but I'm not really feeling like playing for night mode right now. We might do that on another stream. That might be something I do in my off time. We'll see. But the zoo will very rarely be in night mode because it's more fun to build when you can see things. They got their nice little house up there. So they're doing good. The climbing area might be an issue when they have babies, but we'll have a better idea of that once they have babies. He's gonna hop on there and use his bridge. He's gonna do the same thing. And really, what I could do, actually, that would resolve all of this. Let's pause the game so these guys don't freak out. So I could just add another one up here, right? And then all I would do is hop down here, X, and then this will increase the climbing space. In fact, we might as well just go all the way up. No reason not to. Oh, I don't even have one over here. That's funny. Some of these are going to be a part of the build and some of them won't, which is also kind of funny. It's going to go here. And then, see, this is all stuff. Once you add the roof, it starts getting a little wonky, and so this is going to be weird. So it's not coming through the floor. It's not. And then we're going to go to here. Exit, because this one is not in the builds. It's not the best organized thing, but I'm not worried about it right now. It doesn't need to be best organized thing. Okay, that's fine. Where's that? Okay, cool. So that also adds climbing area in general. I'm going to leave this open so you can kind of see into the bridge better. So this won't have a connector. Actually, take that back. Here's what I'm going to do. This is how we're going to do it. It's just going to hang. Oh, no, just kidding. Because it's not going to line up perfect. So there you go. Plus, like I said, that's just more climbing space. So now they have all kinds of climbing space. So even when they have babies, they will have enough. There's our second habitat. Moving right along. What do y'all think? I never thought I'd see a red panda right in front of me. It's just incredible. Prices at the information counter are too high for you? It's weird. I'm assuming that's just because, like, some of the stuff you can do at the information counter is, buy donation packages, and I probably just, like, don't have enough animals to make it worthwhile or something. I've never seen anybody complain about the prices before at an information center. Like, some of it's an audio tour, and if I just don't have a lot of animals, there's not a lot of point to it. What great scenery! See, they don't think it's boring here. And of course, there's all of this space, but people will only ever walk in and out that door. But when I inevitably build something else here, that path will be more worthwhile. You can see we're having very few, like, I mean, granted, there's only 600, less of 700 people in the zoo, but crowding is really not going to be an issue. Oh, we're queuing for the bathroom. Okay, queuing for the bathroom is a bit of an issue, so that should be the next thing I do, is a bathroom. We can put a bathroom here. There's nothing else going on in this space, so that works for me. We'll pause the game because people are going to have a hard time getting to there until I do what I need to do with it. Okay. Apparently not what those pieces were called. Okay. What am I doing wrong here? What are these pieces called? Indonesian temple brick wall. Maybe I was not looking in the right menu and I was getting confused. Oh no, that's what these are. They're just like completely different colors, so I couldn't tell. That's what's happening. That's exactly what's happening here. Okay, we're gonna go to signs. Toilet signs. And now, anytime we need another bathroom, we can just grab that bathroom again. Now you can come right out of the restaurant and go to the bathroom. And we don't need to queue for the bathroom anymore. Looks like the restaurants are still handling. We're starting to get a bit of a line at the restaurants because we're starting to get more people. Which is okay. But now that there's another bathroom, people who need to use the bathroom will go that way. Did not realize there were bathroom queues happening. Okay. What time is it? 4:40. So, we have some cleaning we can do. I can put some trees here. In fact, that's probably what I'll do. And cover this up mostly that way. A bunch of my butterflies are dying. Am I maintaining a population in here? I am definitely maintaining a population. Why are they unhappy? I wonder if that's oops, no. I want no. This will do. I might just have too big of a social group. There might be too many of them. Group size is too large. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go into species management and we'll just keep less. I didn't realize that 15 was going to be too much for them. So we'll just go in here and make it 12. And make it 12. And see if that's going to be good enough. Yep, they're happy if it's 12 and 12. So, that'll work. That's still a fair amount of butterflies in here. So we're going to make a nice little like red panda sign for here. And then the rest of this will probably cover in tall trees. That's my current goal. What are you thinking about? The zoo ticket price is good. Okay, that's nice. Seeing Red Panda this clearly is awesome. I will cherish this memory forever. Like, this lady was really into the... Guadalupe was, like, really into the red pandas. And then we'll put something nice up here, too. I don't know what yet. Or we might just do... there, what we did out here. Actually, I think we'll do that anyway. We'll do that anyway. And then if I put a sign, we can put the sign over this. That'll basically be how that goes. Either I'll put a sign out here or I won't, but at least there's something going on. We're starting to get a little crowding here, and it's because people are just coming and going from here because they have nothing to do over here. So this will be the next space we have to put something. Why are you... oh, because you're stressed out because there's probably too many people in here. Okay, so what we'll do... one way you can help with it... you can't completely resolve this. But one thing you can do to help that a little bit is put the shush signs. Just drop some shush signs down. That'll help a little bit. See, now this is saying this is inaccessible. It was totally accessible before. And it says staff traversable, so I don't understand it. I don't understand why. Move them all together. So he keeps thinking like, it's accessible. No, it's not. It's accessible. No, it's not. It's accessible. No, it's not. It's like totally accessible. No, it's not. Hate that. Getting protesters. The irony is my animals with low welfare are my red pandas who are stressed by how loud everybody is. So the protesters come and make a lot of sounds. which then stresses them out. How are we doing this? Merge this into a scenery group like 8 times. Oh, it's obstructed. It can't. I hate arboreal feeding platforms. Like, I really, really do. They are nothing but a headache every time. Look, you're protesting and nobody's even upset. Like, now it says acceptable or accessible. I really don't like that it's now in my snow area though. But we're just gonna live with it. Or I guess what I could do is move the snow. Idea. Didn't change it that drastically. But I know they can get to this, so whatever. This is just gonna be how it goes. How are our tigers doing? No preggers tigers yet. I like the boat, which is kind of cool. So yeah, the next habitat or something interesting we'll build will be here. I think a bunch of people left because of those dang protesters. He's happy. I think now that I turned on the shut up signs, it helps. And if they go all the way up here, they can be completely left alone. Okay. Let's make a red panda sign. Not necessarily this color, but we're gonna do 2 of these. Make it a nice gray, I think. Merge in a scenery group. Let's pick something bigger. Yeah, this size is fine. Maybe. Let's check one bigger. Yeah, I like that better. I don't know why we're upside down, but we're upside down. Red. Pandas. We're gonna have the same problem we had at the other zoo. I'm not gonna have a red panda sign. So we're gonna have to figure something out. Red panda. I feel like no, it's the same one. There we go. And let's find some stuff. See, a lot of the DLC packs then came with species signs that you don't really get for any of the like base zoo animals. Put some leaves on the signs, that'll work. Technically it's for South America, but they're leaves. I just don't think these are particularly continent-specific leaves. I mean, I can definitely see how they're South American too, but like, I don't think anybody at a zoo would be like, oh my god. The flowers might be a little bit more location specific if they are in fact specific flowers, but I don't care that much. I don't think I have random rotation on, but that's okay. Could almost use the Star Fox sign. Street Fox, not Star Fox sign. I think that sign's pretty good as is, actually. Let that sit here while I figure out where to put it. Red pandas. Do that, and then X. Turn this off. Get us pretty close. About as close as we're gonna get, and then pop this out. Just like that. Question is, do I also want to put that here? Let's just find out. Find out if we want it there or not. Yeah, I like it here too. I also don't completely hate it there. Not straight though. to do this. There we go. I like that. And I just realized that that means this one is not straight. Yep. Now it is. Or at least it's closer. Might not still be straight, but it's closer. Nature, trees. Now we could just use bamboo. Bamboo is easy. That's almost what I don't like about it, is bamboo is so easy. We can do some other trees. These aren't bad. Himalayan pines aren't bad either, and I don't get to use them very often because they're so effing tall. Still don't want to use the tallest ones. I'm just trying to make sure the branches don't, like, phase into here. It does not. They're doing that a little bit. I don't think that's the worst thing, because it's going to be pretty hard to avoid that. I just don't want to create an issue with the pandas trying to climb out. We're going to turn random rotation off for these. These are going to go here. We're probably going to use the red panda statues that I do have, the 3D ones, to make a little red panda zone over there. There we go. That works fine. And we'll put some other stuff there based off of whatever else I figure out. They're so excited that the toilet is free. Are we avoiding the queuing line? Like we are. We are no longer queuing to get in and out of the bathroom. And these people cannot figure out where to walk. So I have all of these red panda statues, which are really cool. So I think what we'll do is we'll go into nature, rocks. Actually, yeah, we will do rocks eventually. Or, we will do rocks now. I'm going to do something else eventually. I don't have random rotation on anymore. Like so. We're actually going to go into plants and find these. Because I love these. I think they look great. And you know what I always say? Texture. It's like she's doing the red panda talk in there. Excellent. And then we're gonna go into construction, and we're just gonna grab some of these. Just grab red panda statues and slap them down. So you don't get a lot in the way of signs, but you know. You do get a lot in the way of statues. So it'll be like a whole forest of red pandas over here. We go. I like that. We still have this issue, and this is going to remain an issue until they have somewhere else to go. So I'm not really going to be able to do anything about that without building something else here. So that'll have to be the next habitat. We have some options. I'll probably do maybe another building, just because either another building or some kind of different pathing. Like maybe I'll put the fence here and you walk along this side or something. Because again, I'm trying to keep this big area available so we don't have crowding. I really want to go the other way, because the other way is where I already have a water filter, but I just miscalculated my growing direction. I'm always curious where the tigers are here. Oh, that's cool. He's sleeping like right frickin' there. Are you impressed by that? You haven't had any tiger thoughts yet. I would assume you'd have a very positive tiger thought, considering you can literally look at the tiger, like, right there. Like, I would think you would have a lot of tiger thoughts. And the other tiger's over there. I never thought I'd see a Siberian tiger right in front of me. Okay, good. I was gonna be so mad if you were like, this isn't that good of a habitat. I'm just really proud of this. Let's take... because this might become my thumbnail for the next one of these streams. Well, I talk about that one a lot. I really do like our red panda habitat. I've done a couple of them like this, and I think this is the one that's turned out the best. And I think it's because I made it just a smidge bigger. Now, what does it say? Still says accessible. Okay, good. This is looking pretty good. They're running in a hurry. Gotta get to those tigers, man. The guests are pretty happy. We still gotta figure out what's going here, although I think I might turn this into like a really cool education center. And then here, we could probably put some like food stands and stuff if people don't want to go in the restaurant. Even though right now the restaurants are definitely handling the crowd. So, this area, I don't really want to pretty up until I know what else is going to go here. Ah, our tigers are going to have baby tigers. Finally. This area is going to probably become food stuff. This is going to be a little thing I build. And we'll figure out what goes on over here eventually, but right now I think we're going to put something else over here. And it's going to be another, like, pseudo, either an actual interior habitat or a pseudo interior habitat. I just have to decide for what. I don't want to do macaques. I have done macaques interior in the past, and it would be something I would do again. But I want to make a habitat at the zoo with the macaques and the cranes, because I have not done that yet. Maybe a Eurasian lynx. How big is this space? Where's one of my... I don't want to know what the habitat says. I want to know the actual... I need to find one of my red pandas and ask them. You have 3,700 square feet. Okay. So it has to be something that doesn't want that much room if I do another, like, interior habitat. Now they think they're underpriced again. Yeah, they need a lot of space. I think one thing could be the... I could either do something like raccoons, which are fun because you can put them with, like, other animals. The skunks... The skunks... Hold on. We could do an interior skunk habitat. Even though they like to live with other animals. That's okay. I could do, like, because I've never done that for them. I could do, like, an interior skunk, either skunk-raccoon combo, or, like, 2 individual buildings, and we could just have, like, inside habitat lane over here. So we gotta figure out what we're gonna build here. I'm gonna build a little playground thing over here. In terms of when I stream next, I don't know. If I'm just playing Zoo and I'm feeling good, I may stream anytime I'm playing Zoo. Like, that's the advantage of Zoo, is I don't have to really, like, be in a vibe to do it. Next week is my last normal week. And then I'm gonna flip. And when I flip, I don't know how much I'm gonna feel like streaming. So I promise to stream again sometime in the next week. I just don't know what day. Probably not Monday. Tomorrow I'm going to church and I'm watching the Wimbledon final with my family in some combination therein. So I may not actually want to stream tomorrow because I have other stuff going on tomorrow. And then Monday. So probably by the time you guys see this again, more will have gone on. But I'm going to, like, solve this pathing problem. I think I'm going to build, like, a pseudo playground here. I've not tried to do something like that before, and I think it would be interesting. We're going to put food here, and I'm going to figure out the next habitat here. But it's probably going to be something similar to the red pandas. So, you know, wouldn't necessarily be as exciting to watch as a build because it's going to be something like this. I really like this design. This has probably been my favorite design of a red panda habitat, and I have done many like this before. So I think I finally found my sweet spot for space and everything with it. But I think we're gonna go check out the tiger cubs. I think I want to see the tiger cubs. Just one of them. There's a tiger cub. I think having tiger cubs will be the perfect end to the stream. Aw, he's got a lighter shade fur. Hold on. Where do we see that? Light orange yellow coat with thin black stripes. So his coat both the kids' coat variation are lighter than mom. Why are one of you taking a dump every time I look at you? But baby tiger! Baby tiger! Baby tiger! Aw, shake off that water, little baby tiger. I'm so excited that we have baby tigers. I've been waiting. It does take longer for them to breed when you have the, I've slowed down aging, and slowing down aging also slows down breeding, so that makes a certain amount of sense. Okay. Can never make anybody happy. We have baby Taiga cubs. Anyway, like I said, I listed off kind of what I'll work on, and I'll probably do some more prettying up of areas. The areas I haven't prettied up are largely because I don't know what's going there next, and I don't really know what I want to do with it. But I'm pretty happy with the progress we made. I mean, we've been streaming almost 5 hours. But like when we got here, these buildings were there, these buildings were there, and that building itself was there. But like all of this decoration happened with us together, and we got a lot done. This habitat itself was like an hour and a half, close to 2 hour build. And it's really cool, and I really like it because it's very spacious. But you can actually view the tigers like literally everywhere. So this has been one of my better tiger habitats too. It is definitely bigger than it needs to be, but I get into this too where I can make bigger habitats than I do. But anyway, like I said, we left at a good time. Everything's looking good and filled in, and I'm excited. So I'll stream again soon, and it'll probably be more zoo, and it'll either be zoo or some other kind of like one-off thing, depending on what I'm feeling, just until this weird work thing is done. So once we're in August, the first week of August, or the first week that contains August, I will still be on my weird schedule. The week after that, second full week of August, will probably be me transitioning back, which will be rough. And the week after that, I'm on vacation again. I'm taking kind of a long weekend vacation. So I don't know. We are definitely going to be playing some Tomb Raider, but it might be second half of August before we really see it. Which is not what I was planning. I was planning on doing Tomb Raider now, but like I said, my work stuff kind of moved around. So we're going to be playing it by ear until that happens. But I appreciate everybody being here. I'm sorry I'm going to have kind of a wacky schedule for a while. But I always appreciate it whenever you guys come by. I hope you all have a good rest of your weekend.